Echoes like thunder. Every word you say tears us asunder. Screams in the darkness. Echoes like thunder. Every word you say tears us asunder. Your voice is a weapon. Fires like a gun, explodes in the silence, nowhere to run. Your voice is a weapon, fires like a gun, explodes in the silence, nowhere to run. Join the fun in a world where adventure is never done. Every corner we turn, a new friend in tow. It's time to start the magic on the Globus Show. It's time to learn and grow on the Globus Show. See the sights, so much to know. Across the lands, together we go. Hand in hand, we join the flow. Discover wonders in the Globus Show, where every day's a brand new episode. On the Globus Show, it's time to learn and grow on the Globus Show. Show. See the sights, so much to know. Across the lands, together we go. Hand in hand, we join the flow. Discover wonders in the Globus Show, where every day's a brand new episode.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What up? What up, Twitch? What up, Pharaoh? What up, Larry? What up, Old Lobster? What up, Ben? What up, Cosmic? What up, bots? What up, lurkers? What up, tiny people in my chatterino? It's your boy. I mean, Cosmic, that's entirely up to you, just like every other episode. Right? Today, we're going to talk very little about AI. There is AI in the one video, and there's that. But other than that, we're going to talk about board games. And got some videos queued up. So these are all board games that I have. Some of them we're not necessarily going to watch the entire video on. It's more like to give people a taste of a particular board game. And then, we'll go from there. So yeah. Still haven't heard anything about the. Well, okay. So, and you got a Stampy. You got a cat ass trophy anyway. So while I'm talking, I will show you the cat. The job. I just heard from my friend, and they asked me, about the drug test, the P test, and I told them that I had not received the email, because I'm not paying for it.
And now it's time to pop up number 7. Oh, that's a butthole.
What up, Michael? So they talked to their supervisor, and that supervisor is supposed to make the email happen to authorize the test. So we're moving along at a relative pace. I didn't, I honestly didn't expect anything at this point to happen before the 4th, anyways, because of the 4th, right? You're gonna bring me in, and then it is Ann Pace. And like with the 4th, I'm not sure. I mean, I would have had off that Friday anyway. So I don't know, baby. I only work here. And now Stampy has gotten what he wanted, and I hope you got what you wanted out of Stampy. And now we're back. So yeah. It is what it is. This is just how I roll, right? I don't get excited for stuff. I don't I don't do a lot of expectations and any of that kind of stuff. Avoid disappointment. Yeah, and we'll be getting to all that tomorrow, Cosmic. We will be streaming tomorrow. James was supposed to be back tomorrow, so we might do something starting at like 9 a.m. my time. So that should work out for all the European viewers and the East Coast viewers. For those of you on the West Coast, condolences. Sorry about that, but blame the people who made up the concept of time. So yeah. I think without further ado, the first video we're gonna watch is a long one. And there's that, Ben. No, it's actually like it's super satisfying, Michael. It's just how I am, right? So like when a thing finally occurs, then I do, like, I enjoy it and I'm in the moment and I appreciate it and everything else. Oh, so it's the British we get to blame, Cosmic. So that's fair. But like prior to, like, I had a friend who was applying for a job. He's got a job, but he was looking for a better job, and this job would have been a great fit for him, would have been more money, etc., etc. And he got all excited for it, and then they ended up not doing that position at this point in time, right? So now he's all disappointed and shit. And I just don't do that. And I got nothing but love for my homie, but like, this is why I don't do that, right? It'll happen if it happens. It won't happen if it doesn't happen. And we just keep on keeping on. And then if it happens, then I'm in the moment and I'm enjoying the experience and everything else. So, without further ado, the games behind your government's next war. And one of these days, I'll hit the right button.
You know how PMG videos are...
Wow, super quiet. That's on me, though. So PMG videos he's talking about here are People Make Games. That's the name of the channel. This dude is a great YouTuber when it comes to board games. And for those of you who care about such things, is also a leftist.
You know how PMG videos are either like fun deep dives into cool communities, or we cover just the heaviest shit imaginable? Yeah, this is a video about how government wargaming is on the rise again like it's never been before, and how that stands to affect your and my games industry. And by wargaming, I mean countries using things that resemble video games, board games, role-playing games, and LARPs to try and practice, plan, and preempt things like disasters, political maneuvering, and, most of all, conflict. Now, historically, the popularity of wargames has always ebbed and flowed. You have times like World War II, where wargames are regularly argued to have changed the course of world history, but then you also have times like the 1970s, when after the disaster of Vietnam, and with computers getting more and more powerful, governments began thinking that these more primitive games were all maybe a waste of taxpayer money. But today, governments are bringing their games and their game designers
Back up. Now,
but today, governments are bringing their...
okay. So I have played Axis and Allies Europe 1940. I used to own a copy of Churchill. Basically in Churchill, you were one of the three powers, and it was a very abstracted World War II, and it was basically competing in order to see who could get the most for their side. Never played Absolute War. Never played this version of this hegemony that looks it looks like a B1, and this looks like the Pentagon. So that sounds I don't want to say interesting, but you know what I mean. Pacific War, obviously World War II, never played it. Never played City Fight. This is a Avalon Hill game, 1776. I haven't played that one. I do have a bunch of Avalon Hill games. I can't tell what this one is. This is one of the fleet games. There's like Second Fleet, Sixth Fleet, etc. This is Victory Games. This is like aircraft carrier groups, that kind of thing. Not sure what this game is, but this is Columbia Games. They do some interesting game types using blocks. I got a copy of Triumph and Tragedy. Don't know Persian Incursion. This is another Avalon Hill game. This is this little thing right here is called Bookcase Games, and this was late 70s, early 80s. And then I don't know what these two are, and I don't know what Literal Commander is.
Their games and their game designers.
Cosmic, like combat piloting, or like commercial piloting. Because I'm gonna say that they like eventually yes, but right now difficult to say. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, is playing on these board games has taught me a lot about history and maps, right? Like, absolutely. Commercial piloting, I think that it like for the satisfaction of the consumer, they are going to maintain a human in the loop for some time. You're going to have to get to a really like particular comfort level to have people accept the idea of, you know, that it's just the robot flying the plane and not a human. Right? That has more to do with the customer and less to do with the technology.
Back out of retirement. In 2015, the Obama administration's Department of Defense announced that $525 million was to be given to the Pentagon to develop its wargaming capabilities. And this was like a starting pistol for governments and military alliances all over the globe. Today, there is simply more demand for wargaming designers than there is
exactly
supply.
Pharaoh.
A fact that People Make Games confirmed by heading to the Connections Wargaming Conference for Wargaming Professionals, where we found a generation of veteran designers unable to retire, desperate to pass their skills to the next generation. And maybe that means you. Because while wargaming is a practice dating back hundreds of years, today is the first time the practice has come back to find itself adjacent to a hyper-advanced commercial games industry.
That game, the World War II looking one, that's Company of Heroes, the one that was
adjacent to a hyper-advanced
Company of Heroes
commercial games industry.
This is DEF CON. If you liked War Games, the movie, this is that. This is that. I have Company of Heroes 1, all of it, and Company of Heroes 2 on my Steam account. And Company of Heroes 3 either came out or is expected to come out.
With ideas, engineering, design.
That one that just passed, I think that's Hearts of Iron. This one, I don't know what this one is.
And game facilitators all ready for the taking. And I personally think it's pretty important that we as a community figure out how we feel about that. Because listen, for this video, People Make Games was given access to the UK's Defence, Science and Technology Laboratory, where among other jobs, scientists and engineers design weapon systems, so the lab could show off their growing wargaming facility to People Make Games' audience. And me and my cameraman did not stop having incredibly complicated feelings about that for the entire time that we were there.
I'm gonna
It
let
was
this play. I'm just
exactly
gonna go
like
over there for a
visiting a
second.
video game development studio, but in some kind of Doctor Who parallel universe where games weren't made for fun, but for the most serious purpose imaginable. So listen, before I kick this video off properly, we set out to make something like a documentary on this subject, right? But it's shaken out more like a video essay for a few reasons. So first off, we quickly realized that it was going to be impossible for us to capture this story for an audience of gamers such as yourself without me talking about my personal experience that was so weird of being a gamer in these spaces. Also, as you'll very quickly see, this story is a complete moral labyrinth that it just felt cruel to leave you in alone. So, instead, I'm going to be sharing my ethical standpoint on this story as we go through it.
So this is an example of some stuff that you can just buy off the internet, and it's totally legal to own and stuff. This is the Pentagon's Rural Agile Coin is Counterinsurgency war game from 1966. This is the same thing, but urban. You can just buy this. It's just available on the internet. And this is not a game that's like these are games that are played with like a room full of people and writing shit down. It's more like a role-playing game than it is like a board game.
Please don't cancel me. Also, the more research we did into this story, the more we became part of this story, which isn't as crazy as it sounds. In this video, I'm also going to be explaining the secret backdoor in the fun-time games industry that has always led to and from government wargaming. I'll teach you how the games that you love have been shaped by government wargames, and I will explain how this is our...
And while we're doing this, if anybody, like, you know, if you want to ask, like, about, like, if you have an interest, I can find you a board game related to that interest. If you have any questions about any board games or anything related to board game, literally feel free to ask. I'd be more than happy to answer. That's what today is for.
Opportunity or curse that we as a community can shape government wargames right back. Because at the extreme end, today in 2024, your country's wargames might now be something that you could get a career in, or that could otherwise define your career in games by you deciding that you are ethically opposed to your labor being used by the sector.
He's going to go over a brief history, like a super brief history, like more like a first war game kind of scenario, but yeah.
Anyway, never in the history of People Make Games has our team had such complicated feelings while researching a story. So we just figured all we could do for you is prove to you that wargaming is coming back and try and equip you so you can know how you feel about that. Oh. And stick around to find out why this promotional ruler I was given is maybe the most haunting object I have ever been given by anyone, and why it summarizes a good chunk of this debate.
What evidence can you give, would you give people that wargaming is kind of on the rise or the resurgence?
That's really simple. So I'm a deliverer of wargaming facilitation and design, and I have not got time to breathe. I'm trying to retire. I can't. The supply of wargame experts is way too short, and the demand for good wargames is way too high.
Frightening. So let's kick off with the question of why? Why is this happening now? The answer to that question doesn't totally exist, but we called up an expert to give us their best guess. David Banks, a lecturer in the brand new field of wargame studies at King's College London.
I think there's two things. I think one of them is the current strategic environment is so wobbly and weird that I think that, you know, major states like the US or the UK or whoever it is are kind of not able to rely on some of their old forms of forecasting and analysis. Our old models just don't seem to be hitting the target. So let's try everything. It's a kind of a try everything approach. I think the other bit though, I think there might be a generational thing where we haven't put our games away. You know, I think we grew up as gamers and then we're still gamers. And so I think there's a kind of a willingness to accept gaming just as a concept.
We're in interesting times here because I'm not going to talk politics here, but not so long ago.
That's why when the rise of the term, because those of us who played video games back in the day were not known as gamers, right? That happened somewhere, probably like in the millennials, 2000s, like internet folk, right? That's when they took on the name gamers as far as like, you know, video gaming, right? And so still to this day, when someone talks about, oh, I'm a gamer, it's like, oh yeah, what games do you play? And it's like, no, you play the other kind of games.
Where a certain prime minister and a certain chancellor said the days of tanks crossing plains were over. And very shortly thereafter, we saw the invasion of Ukraine. We are seeing high-intensity war fighting in Europe again, which many people believed would not happen. We're addressing concerns where there might be war fighting in the Indo-Pacific region. We are now facing a situation under financially very constrained times where we're looking at war in Europe and the potential for that escalating and spilling over and pulling in more of Europe. It's not impossible. Besides which, there are many other crisis points around the world related to climate change, water and energy security, food security, large migrations of people. We are looking at increasing likelihoods of conflict in places, and some of that may be state-on-state, high-intensity warfare. We're not prepared for it. So one way we can address that gap in a very, very economic fashion is by wargaming high-intensity conflict.
In other words, everything to do with wars is expensive, but everything to do with war games is cheap. So if war games can make what you build, where you place it, or how you use it even fractionally more efficient, it'd be a real bozo not to try. Now, basic question number 2. What is wargaming? Or at least, what does it look like in the 21st century? So you might be imagining an older white man with facial hair pushing little boats and planes around a map. And no one was more surprised than me to find out that that image is still absolutely part of 21st century wargaming. At the Connections conference, I saw a new design from a man considered by some to be the best naval wargame designer alive today, and his work looked, from a distance, like a hex and counter wargame from the 1970s. I was also
So what these are they're little cardboard pieces in little, what are called standees, right? And the way they function is that on this side is the information for you, and then on the other side is just like a counter indicating that it's yours, right? What up, PETA? There's a bunch of games that use this. The more I don't even know how recent it is, but there's another one, another style of this, which is blocks, and they're little square wooden blocks, and then they have a sticker on them, and the color indicates that it's my unit, but you don't know what kind of unit it is, what strength the unit has, etc. There's a lot of good games in that. It's hidden information games. Some of them are available, and we'll go over like some of the games that are available on Steam right now that use this kind of functionality. For those of you who are familiar with The Hunt for Red October, the movie, there's what up, Iggy? There's a board game based on Hunt for Red October, which uses this kind of cardboard in a standee kind of thing. On one hand, it allows you to kind of like play the movie where one player is the Red October and is trying to hide, and the other player is NATO trying to track that player down. This has a companion game called Red Storm Rising, which is another book by Tom Clancy that simulates the World War III in Europe. So you can actually play both these games and have like the Atlantic War naval war and the war in Europe going on at the same time. And again, none of this is like I'm a fan of war. Let's go kill real people. The whole thing I like about it is that it gets to simulate these events, right? Like people do not have to die, and I'm adamantly against war, and I'm adamantly against people dying.
Also taken aback by a cutting-edge tool shown to me at the Defense Science Technology Lab that was used for, among other things, modeling lines of sight.
Now, this kind of game is going to be something more like your Warhammer 40K, because there's no like hexes or squares. You just set up buildings, and then you have little units, and then they move so far each turn, and then you measure that out with a little ruler.
And communication, which I could not look at without being reminded of one of the greatest pieces of game design history ever, 1913 design Little Wars by the author H.G. Wells.
Absolutely, Michael. And there are games that allow you to delve into those kind of things. Like not all games, you know, I would say a fair number of games are not about war, right? This game is called How to Win Brexit, right? And this has nothing to do with war as such, right? Like it's a political game. You and, what does this go up to, like 10 players, something like that? Yeah, 2 to 10 players. And you're trying to win political negotiation. I have 2 games. One is called Shasn, Shasn, and the other is Die Macher, and those are both actually about winning political elections. So like literally whatever you're into, I can find you a board game so that you can learn about it.
Did you know H.G. Wells also popularized the concept of time travel?
It became intoxicating.
What a guy! Anyway, that today we still play some of these old-fashioned looking war games of people pushing little boats around does make sense, because this area contains some of the most well-documented success stories in the history of the field. Gaming journalist Simon Parkin recently wrote a book called A Game of Birds and Wolves, which documents the story of the Western Approach's tactical unit in World War II, which was mostly staffed by the Women's Royal Naval Service, or WRENS.
There's a war game. There's a board game called Europa Universalis, which initially was a board game and then became a video game, and then they made a board game off the video game, and then they made a video game off the board game, and that got all the way up to a video game, the 4th iteration of that, of which I have the board game of, and they're coming out with Europa Universalis 5, the video game. So that is one of those like back and forth kind of things. A little strange, but yeah, a lot of, especially some of the older games which use hexes and little cardboard counters to simulate what's going on, those translated really well to video games. Clarify, there was a general comment about countries, and yeah, no, I understood. I'm like super legitimately trying to push the idea that playing board games actually has value to learn stuff, and it, like, in literally whatever you want to learn, there's a board game for it. And like a lot of people, I think, get caught up on, you know, when you say board game, they're thinking like Sorry or Monopoly or something like that. Or maybe they get a little bit farther in and they get into like Catan or something like that. But those are like, you know, those are like entry level games. If you want to get deep into something, I got you, fam. Yeah, and no, Paradox actually did a Kickstarter for Crusader Kings, which I have, and Stellaris, which is in the nether sphere of what. If you've never kickstarted a board game before, you pays your money and then you wait for it to show up, and it'll show up when it shows up. It takes a while, especially the better the game and the more intense it is, the longer it's going to take. You just have to be patient.
They created war games to help Britain better survive submarine warfare, which was threatening a famine in the UK. But also, Germany had developed such good U-boat tactics by wargaming it themselves. Plenty has also been written about the US Navy's intense wargaming before they commenced their island hopping across the Pacific, where they pushed the Japanese Navy back to Japan. In this front of the war, the United States found that the Japanese could do almost nothing to surprise them because they'd simulated the strategy so many times. It's not all success stories. Wargaming is also what led Japan.
Yes, to be fair to Iggy, that can happen. I've only had one Kickstarter not get fulfilled. I actually lucked out on, and there was a second one. There's a orb dice, right? And these orb dice were round, like spherical dice. And inside was a complex series of like little routes in a metal ball that would cause it to point with one of the numbers facing upward. They actually got in way over their heads, and someone else bailed them out. I assume what they did is they sold all the rights to the concept to this other company, and that company fulfilled their Kickstarter. But that was one I was worried about, that they fucked it up, right? But it didn't happen.
And to think that Pearl Harbor was a good idea. Arguably a misplay from Imperial Japan. However, while traditional games like this still make up an enormous amount of today's wargame interest and funding, with David Banks telling PMG that today it feels like, quote, every game being commissioned is a South China Sea game, simulating various flashpoints around Taiwan. Today, many war games don't feature moving units of any kind around a board. They might not even have a board. And that's because today, a lot of conflict sees countries being aggressive towards one another without firing a shot. One such new battlefield has the term influence warfare.
Looking at things away from that kinetic sphere, so things that are perhaps more to do with the human psyche, or perhaps looking at things on the internet, so softwares and behaviours on the internet. How it fits into conventional warfare is the fact that it can, send a message or persuade an action or a country to take a particular course of action should they want to.
For example, in recent years, a lot of ink has been spilled about Russia's attempts to manipulate democracy in the United States by compromising individual policymakers or funding whole troll farms full of Russian citizens who then spend all day on the American internet trying to shape civic discussion. Or on the week that I was writing this script, there was a Guardian article about the alleged new Russian practice of, rather than using spies, as would be the case in the Cold War, they are now allegedly using Bitcoin to pay would-be saboteurs to do stuff like enact some performative anti-Semitism on a Holocaust memorial outside of Paris. How do you fight something like this? A brand new kind of warfare that is leaving the countries on the receiving end shocked and flat-footed. Well, so thinking in the sector goes, a good start would be to game it, just like the Wrens did. Great, but how do you game that? And the short answer is, we're still figuring that out. But the start of the process is stuff like this. Published just last year, this is the UK Ministry of Defence's new Influence Wargaming Handbook, a document designed for defense and security personnel exploring why they should maybe start practicing this game that it would appear the Russians are currently beating them at. But this is not a rule book. This is just the start of a discussion, arguing what we have to gain from these games and pitfalls we should avoid. As to what the games themselves would look like, today we're in an era of experimentation. And while people do make video games to do complex simulations or mathematics, A lot of the time, governments are still making tabletop games for the same reason that a lot
That
of
was
video
it. That was it.
A lot of the time, governments are still making
This is what I was talking about with the block games. This is that, right? Your opponent is only going to see a red or orange block, but you get to see a particular unit designation that you're using. And it looks like these are probably like fortifications, something like this. This is a BMP-2. That's a Russian armored personnel carrier. I don't know what a D-20 is. And this is mechanized infantry. Oh, this is an HQ. Mechanized HQ. This is infantry. This is standard NATO symbols that Ben was talking about earlier. And that kind of stuff. So, like, there's one of my favorites in this style that use it's mechanics. They were, the mechanics of the game that uses this type of mechanics is called Hammer of the Scots, and you can either be Scotland or England around the time of like Braveheart and Robert the Bruce and all that kind of stuff, and and it's that time period of war. And that's available as a video game on Steam.
Tabletop games for the same reason that a lot of video game developers do paper prototyping. It lets you get games on their feet quicker, so you can test theories, iterate on designs, and start learning. Today, one of the most popular new kinds of games is what's called a Matrix game. And this is so close to a tabletop role-playing game, it's kind of unreal. In a Matrix game, you have two teams competing against each other with different objectives. There may be resources or not. There may be a map or not. You might represent something as large as competing nations, or in one Matrix game I heard of teaching cybersecurity, one player is a computer hacker trying to destroy a shipment of refrigerated medicine being kept in a port. Finally, you then have another human being, a neutral adjudicator who ostensibly knows the most about this subject matter. Teams then take turns describing their action, which might be anything. For example, I'm going to get a mole to get a job in this port, and they then offer 3 justificatory arguments as to why it would work. The other team then states 3 arguments as to why the action wouldn't work. The adjudicator then weighs these arguments and turns them into a modifier you add to the roll of a die. And the action succeeds or it doesn't. And then the next...
So the rolling of the die is to simulate the randomness of life, right? The modifiers are the control for that randomness, right? So, like, if you're doing something very simple, the modifier on that roll would be high, right? So you would have to get a 6, and you would probably get like a +5 or a +4, right? Like, it depends on whether you're always allowing for the possibility of failure and that kind of thing. And then you would roll the die, right? This is very similar to what happens in role-playing games, which I would argue that's exactly what this is. This is a role-playing game in that context. And when you're doing role-playing games, it's up to the GM, DM, what have you, the person running the game, to determine how much is going to be based on rolling dice to simulate, the possibility of things going wrong, and how much of it is just going to be like, just you get to do it by describing your actions, right? Like, you don't roll a die to turn the key in your car to start it. Now, you might roll a die to see if the car starts, depending on how much you take care of it and how old it is, etc. But, like, generally speaking, when you turn the key, the car starts and you go, right? So that's not something you would need for that. But, like, if you turn it and it doesn't start, now you're rolling against your skills at diagnosing what's wrong with the car, whether or not you can get it started, and all those kind of factors start to come into it, similar to a role-playing game.
Next player takes their turn, and you go back and forth until someone wins or you've learned enough. But also, if you keep detailed notes on these games, as you run the game over and over and over, you'll steadily generate a list of actions each side might reasonably take, as well as the likelihood of success and consequences for all of them, and then, in theory, you'll be able to play this game without the subject matter expert at all. You'll have something like an informative board game where players simply choose their action from a big list. However, in addition to what genre of game you should use to model a problem being a source of endless discussion in this sector, there is also the unanswerable question of how big these games should be. Let's actually get Annie to animate this as well. So let's say you're making a game about influence warfare between two countries for two players with one game master. But if the influence warfare affects the politics of those countries, that's also surely something that needs to be modeled, ideally in parallel. That would be more instructive. So let's take two more players who play the political game. So we now have a 5-player game with 2 teams of 2. But you know, there's also that other country they both share a border with that's very influential. We should model that as well. So now we're up to 7 players. At which point we maybe need 2 GMs, maybe 3. But you know what affects all of this is everyone's cyberspace warfare. So let's add a cyberspace warfare player to each team. Then we really got to get the local superpower in there. So that's 13 players, chucking the 2 GMs in, and so on and so forth until you've got a game that teeters on the edge of total chaos, that takes all day to play and requires whole teams of adjudicators. At which point you probably need extra people just to handle the catering and to tell everyone where they need to stand at what time.
This other one we did for NATO, which I have the pieces here, was a single game about Russia versus NATO squabbling over Finland. Finland's acceded to NATO. The brief was to make a game about crisis dynamics, signaling dynamics, multi-domain operations, so space, cyber, info ops, logistics, but not kinetic warfare because they have those games. And so that was fine. So what I did is to try to keep the simplicity is, it wasn't simple for me, but it was a lot of miniature games, smaller games. So, you know, you're playing the cyber game, or you're playing the space game, or you're playing the command game. And then all those games periodically transfer information to each other.
That's absolutely a thing, Michael. If people can play physical board games, then your variety is much expanded. However, there are a lot of good board games of varying degrees of complexity and style that exist on Steam. And if not on Steam, there are companies that still produce software like Matrix Games that like doesn't exist on Steam. They are their own thing, and you know, you can do it that way. And then there's Tabletop Simulator. Tabletop Simulator and Vassal. Vassal is another one. These allow you to play these games within a digital space, depending on if somebody has modeled the the game within.
Which actually put a huge amount of onus on the facilitation side.
That's more than 2 players?
What up, Reed?
That was about 50 players.
So, while wargaming might have started with 2
Got Reed coming to my chat fucking 5 hours after stream looking for the book list.
Prussian generals pushing little blocks around, today it can be used to model a much wider variety of problems facing a state or a military. It might take any format of game and it might feature any number of players. So, in terms of me helping you to visualize what games governments are playing with your tax dollars, I'm aware that's all super unhelpful, but it does convey something that I felt in all of my field trips to spend time with wargaming professionals, which is these people would be the first to admit to you that they don't fully know how it works. They just believe so strongly that it does work. A lot of these professionals are visibly happy to dedicate their professional careers to trying to make sense of it, or just trying to deploy this inscrutable ass power. Also, as we'll get to later in the video, many of the young people I spoke to in the sector were equally excited to explore the applications of wargaming outside of conflict to try and make the world a better place. And everyone was keen to talk to me about games used by Britain's National Health Service to better survive COVID, or games about logistics to help charities to get their aid to the right place. All of these people would also wincingly admit to me that today, almost all of the funding in the sector comes from the military. So let's move on to the next chapter of this video. How does this mass injection of government interest and money into wargaming stand to affect your and my games industry? Quins, what do you want about modeling military hardware? Most of us can't model a successful car in Tears of the Kingdom. Unfortunately. Let's do a nice Venn diagram. Thanks, Annie. You might think of government wargaming and your and my commercial games industry as separate. They share the name of games, but they're completely different fields. That is categorically not true. There is a big slice here where we cross over. It is here that you will find the reasons that professional wargaming will take an interest in hiring gamers, will look to take our innovations in tech, and also why our games have taken a lot of our innovations from war games. And why if you are ethically opposed to some aspect of the practice of wargaming, you should figure that out right now. Before you end up in a situation like the staff at game engine developer Unity, when in 2021 they were blindsided to discover their employer had signed contracts with the US's Department of Defense. Do you remember that story? We all shook our heads in disbelief. And then within a year, there was another story that Unity had signed yet more, even more lucrative contracts with the DoD. And once again, we all shook our heads in disbelief. But listen to me, listen, this is gonna keep happening, and the checks are gonna keep.
And this is the reason I don't find, like, as an example, I don't find boycotts particularly effective, right? Like, they can definitely signal to people, etc., etc. But, like, to try and restrict a company, like, do you know, for those of you who play video games, do you know which games you play that use the Unity engine? Are you going to boycott those games because Unity signed a contract with the Department of Defense? Right? That kind of thing. There is that, Tinker. There's always that. But, like, that's the thing, right? No ethical consumption, etc., etc.
Getting bigger. Billionaire Palmer Luckey.
Which is not me in, oh fuck, he said Palmer Luckey. Which is not me in any way saying what you should or should not do with your decision-making process as far as boycotts go. If you want to boycott a game, absolutely should do so. If you want to boycott a company, you should absolutely do so. Right? I boycott Starbucks, right? I do not go to Starbucks. It's incredibly easy for me to not go to Starbucks, but I actively don't do it, right? What else? Like, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, they're union busting, right? That kind of thing. If you were to boycott things, you wouldn't have many opinions sliding scale. Yeah, like, it's, do you know the relationship between the people who manufactured your television set and a, weapons industry or, military industrial complex somewhere? I don't.
Designer of the Oculus Rift and famous...
Well, of course you do, Tinker.
...for that Time magazine cover, announced this month that the new VR headset his company is working on is being driven by military applications.
So I'm actually building a new headset right now. It's driven by it's driven by military requirements, but it's also going to be used for non-military stuff, and it's really cool. It's really something.
How do you imagine companies like these two might adapt if World War III were to break out tomorrow? And let's not forget that in World War II, companies like Mitsubishi and Ford quickly pivoted to making tanks. But this is just technology. Let's talk about actual games. Did you know that government agencies can buy professional versions of strategy games that you and I can buy on Steam that enable them to change the statistics of military hardware in the game to perfectly match the data they have available on different weapon systems? It's true. At the Connections conference, I attended a talk by someone from strategy publisher Slitherine, where he told us, quote, "The Pentagon said they were getting more use from the Slitherine games they downloaded from Steam than the games they commissioned from wargame designers." That is nuts. But it makes sense. If you are a video game developer, you will know the awesome amount of time and money and expertise that goes into developing an engine, an interface, a simulation of a gun or a plane or a vehicle, audio acoustics, netcode. In terms of hours of expertise invested into their creation, video games are some of the cathedrals of the modern age. You think a government is gonna try doing that? If I have to use one of my country's websites and it's not shit, that's such a surprise, I feel a flush of patriotism. Of course, governments are taking stuff made by the commercial games industry and then tweaking it. That costs them half as much and it works twice as well. But as we just established, a lot of government war games are not video games, right? They're tabletop games and board games. This is where this story gets a little more personal for me. So this Connections conference that People Make Games went to, it was an intimidating event to go to, right? It took place at Sandhurst, a historic military academy that has been training officers of the British Army for 250 years. Attending the conference were special advisors to governments, military personnel from America, specialists who had traveled from as far as Australia and Japan. And a lot of these people knew who I was from my work with board game YouTube channel Shut Up and Sit Down. You see, what united this community wasn't just that they made war games to spec for a living, for clients ranging from governments to militaries to NGOs to corporations. For many of them, including the organizers, they were simply passionate about some aspect of gaming. Full stop. The event had a social mixer that was just a board game night. And to some extent, that's why they're good at their job, because if they're commissioned to make or run some board game about political maneuvering, they can pull in innovations from Diplomacy to Twilight Imperium to John Company to The King's Dilemma. One of the innovations from Diplomacy to Twilight.
I talked about this game before, and there's actually a video. This is him doing his review of Twilight Imperium, and we might watch a piece of that after this. It depends on how long this all takes, right? But this is Twilight Imperium, right? This red, this is one player's stuff. What up, Nemesis? This is all their ships, which are mad disorganized, but that's fine. And then like you use these little chits to determine all the different things you can do. You got technology that you can develop. It's a fun one. It just takes forever. It's not fine. It's fine. It's not fine. But yeah, this is he also talked about Diplomacy. Diplomacy is one of those games that has been, like, at least people say, ends friendship. This can do that. My one friend and his wife were playing, and like within the first couple of turns, he wiped her out. And then they proceeded to play the game for like another 8 hours. It's not a good move. It's not a good move.
Imperium to John Company to The King's Dilemma. One of the games I saw at DSTL was a game about British Air Force bases having to make difficult decisions about resource allocation during a crisis. And the designer proudly told me he used the infection system from board game Pandemic to simulate stress to nodal points of a network. And what really f***ed me up was learning that this influence goes both ways. One of the most innovative commercial board game designers, Volker Runke, was a figure I had been making fun of and praising on the Shut Up and Sit Down podcast for a decade for making games that were fascinating, but maybe just a bit too...
These are the coin games from GMT. I have a couple. I owned a Distant Plane. I ended up trading it away. This is Red Dust Rebellion, right? This is On Mars, and it's got 4 different sides to it. You've got like Earth, the Mars government, the Mars government, the Earth-based corporations, the Red Dust movement, who are like the rebels, and then the Church of the Reclaimer. And it's counterinsurgency, and everyone has their own it's called asymmetrical, right? Like everyone does their own thing. When you play a game like checkers or chess or Sorry or Monopoly, those are symmetrical games. Everyone's operating on the same, everyone can do the same things, everyone has the same pieces, etc. Asymmetrical games are not that, right? Like you might have different moves, you might have different setup, you might have different units, all that kind of stuff. I like asymmetrical games more because I feel like asymmetrical games are more accurate to real life. And then I found out about Volko Ruhnke from this video. I did pre-watch this one.
Too complicated for me. I found out at Connections that Volko Ruhnke used to be an analyst for the CIA making games for them.
Well, that was cool to find out. Yeah, Terraforming Mars exists as both a board game and as a game on Steam. I have it on Steam. I think I have a physical copy too somewhere. But yeah, it's fun. It teaches you have to manage different resources, right? It's specifically, it's what's called an engine building game, right? Like I'm going to do something this turn that's going to get me something later on in the game. And hopefully it gets me something every turn as we go through the game. And then I get more of particular resources. And then I can use those resources to do more other things. Kind of like in Monopoly, like when you put houses and hotels on a property, you're getting those resources, which is other players' money, that you can then use to buy more property and more houses and whatnot.
There I was, on Shut Up and Sit Down, covering Volko's games about counterinsurgency and going, man, where does this guy get his ideas from? But check it out. The mechanics in these games about counterinsurgency,
This is Root. I've talked about Root a bunch. This is about an insurgency. The cats start off controlling the entire board. These mice, the woodland rebels, they are attempting to overthrow the cats but also win the game, right? So you're going to be in conflict with all the other players in spite of the fact that you're going after the cats because only one player can win the game. This is great. This game is amazing.
Got reworked by a different designer.
Also available on Steam.
Into a game called Root, a great board game that's about a counterinsurgency among sweet little woodland creatures. And Root now has a video game adaptation and a TTRPG, and I
Or just hit play on the video, bro.
personally know video game designers who are working on designs inspired by Root. You sound crazy when you talk about Root being a product of the CIA, but that's this story. It's crazy making, more uncannily still. One of the most beloved videos that Shut Up and Sit Down ever did was where we went to play something called a mega game about aliens invading the Earth.
Everyone was putting lots of things down, people were yelling at me.
Forgive the quality of this video, it was a different time. The game was called Watch the Skies, and it was a huge game played on your feet with dozens of players that's a bit like playing Model UN meets XCOM. It was such a popular video that got so much attention to the game that both the game and the video got a sequel where the designers ran Watch the Skies again, but this time it had hundreds of players. And our coverage telling people about these things called mega games led to the creation of mega game societies all over the world and opened countless people's minds of what a game can even be. And the designers of Watch the Skies, who I didn't pay too much thought to when we made the video back in 2012, called themselves the UK Society of Mega Game Makers. And they were these eccentric, older British gentlemen. Now, this is only really going to blow your mind if you're a Shut Up and Sit Down fan, but the key organizer of the Connections Wargaming Conference was the designer of Watch the Skies. And the UK Society of Mega Game Makers was an organization that was created for fun by wargaming professionals using their experience running large, on-your-feet political games for governments. And the reason that these people were so successful in their career as professional wargamers and also were able to invent this thing called a mega game that inspired people all over the planet is because The skills involved are one and the same. It's the same discipline. It's all just game design, immersing the player, then fine-tuning the experience through iteration. But that's just my personal tale of terror. Let me tell you, the ancestry of gaming as a whole is completely tangled up with mankind's desire to study war. Please, allow me to teach you a little bit about gaming's family tree by explaining how we could have never had betitted kung fu experts Tifa from Final Fantasy VII without the existence of King of Prussia, Frederick William III. So listen, in the early 1800s, a bunch of German states, including Prussia, were trying to mod chess into a game that could better simulate war by adding rules for terrain and changing the rules of units.
I hate chess so goddamn much. I understand, and if you like chess, I love that for you and all that, but it's such not a game about war.
And in 1812, the Prussian military is like, this is all way too abstract. In real life, there is no grid, and you don't have perfect mind control over what all of your troops are doing. So this guy, George Leopold von Reiswitz, popularly considered the father of modern wargaming, begins working on a design that his son eventually finishes and calls Kriegspiel, the German word for wargame. I like to think of this period of history as men will invent Warhammer instead of going to therapy. So Kriegspiel is played on accurate topological maps. It simulates the fog of war. It even invented something like a...
If you want to play chess with terrain, the game is Feudal. I have it on the shelf, but rather than go get it, I will bring it up on the internet. Board Game Geek, by the way. BoardGameGeek.com is your one-stop shop for all different types of board games, right? Like all of them. They're all here. So this is Feudal, and it functions like chess with terrain, right? These green things are mountains. I can't remember what the yellow or what the wavy line ones are, but all these pieces move like chess pieces. Is this? Yeah. So like the sergeants, right? They move one space orthogonally, but can move longer distances diagonally. And then the pikemen do the opposite, right? And the king can, yeah, no, and it's great. And you can usually find it because it's old and it's not like eBay has a copy for $8 kind of thing, right? It's going to be varying degrees of quality. You have to check on it, etc. But like this person's got a copy here for $5. All the rest of these are euros. And this is an international site. A lot of people from all the different points of the world are involved in Board Game Geek. But yeah. Highly recommended. Check it out. I will even put the linky in the chat. Yeah, I'll get lost. I'm going to go ahead and get back to
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Yo, whatever, Raiders. Whatever, Red Cyber Dragon. I'm Globus the Elder. I normally talk about like AI and automation and robots and stuff, but today we're talking about board games. Board games can teach you how to do stuff. Board games can teach you all kinds of things. And we're currently watching a video from People Make Games. And the narrator here is a leftist, if that's something that is of a concern to you. and they're talking about the games behind your government's next war. So come on in, have a seat, make sure you're properly hydrated, and this is what we're doing.
Dungeon Master. Games of Kriegspiel would wheel out some ancient Prussian general who'd seen some shit. I imagine he'd have like one eye. And when you declared your orders, you'd tell them to him, and he would tell you what you could expect to happen next, or whether it was just dumb. And thoroughly impressed with the military applications of this design, King Frederick William III had it instated as a training tool in the Prussian military. So how does this get us to Tifa? No problem. In 1870, when Prussia defeats France, many countries, including the United Kingdom and the United States, take an interest in Kriegspiel. They begin studying it, and by the time we get to World War II, wargaming has grown as a tool and has mass applications all throughout the war. But also, this creates companies and players of hobbyist wargames who continue simulating war after World War II. 20 years later, in 1971, two members of this hobbyist wargaming community, Jeff Perrin and one Gary Gygax, make a game called
Anybody know Gary Gygax?
Chainmail, which is simulating medieval miniatures combat. Then the Chainmail community begins experimenting with rules for castle sieges that involve sending a team of soldiers to try and unlock the front door by going in via a dungeon, which people realize is fun. And eventually this dungeon minigame grows into Dungeons and Dragons. Incidentally, why do you think Dungeons and Dragons is all about tactics and killing shit? Why do you think a sequence of Dungeons and Dragons games is called a campaign? If you know what you're looking for, the wargaming ancestry of D&D is as visible as a giant tribal tattoo. But after the invention of D&D, a whole bunch of video games are inspired by it and begin riffing on it and then riffing on each other. This is how we get the first Final Fantasy game, which is why in Final Fantasy I, all of the enemies come from D&D, including mimics and illithids. And obviously, if there's no Final Fantasy I, there's no Final Fantasy VII, with beautiful Tifa and her lovely vacant face. One thing I find cute is that it's not just that the birth of the RPG is a direct result of military innovations, but hundreds of years ago, Prussians were getting in the same sort of fights about the additions of their game as today's D&D and Warhammer fans. In 1873, Prussian Lieutenant Wilhelm Jacob Meckel published a treatise saying the current edition of Kriegspiel was too complicated and the game was better when it was simpler. And then there was a new edition that took into account his concerns and gave more freedom to the GM, and lots of people preferred it, but not everybody. But more generally, if we're talking about the kind of influence the military has on video games and vice versa, there is obviously the subject that could make for a whole separate video about the kind of stories that we tell as a society. I don't want to alarm you, but this is sort of Sociology 101. For people living in any society, there is this jingoistic, self-aggrandizing oxygen.
Ben, I would probably say that as soon as the first commercial edition of D&D came out, it immediately caused a split between the people who played the commercial edition and people who had played the edition that was being built up to making the fucking commercial edition. And so who knows how to think-o?
That we all breathe that forms our national identity. And for me, in my country, video games, along with TV and movies, are part of that system. They teach me that I am part of a good and noble country that only goes overseas and kills people when other countries deserve it. Or when we're stopping fascism, maybe. We all grow up on a diet of news stories, just stories in general, where military hardware or tactics are shiny and exciting, unless it's deployed against us, at which point it's to be judged harshly as frightening and indiscriminate. Now, I'm not saying that video game designers are choosing to make propaganda. I am saying that our society, as with every society, is so saturated with certain ways of thinking that we don't even notice we're doing it, but nonetheless we are reinforcing it. This is the loop that sees Call of Duty games being popular for letting us live out a fantasy that our society imbues us with of being a soldier, where we can't help but learn about our country's weaponry and strategies and heroism, which is all displayed in exquisite detail. And how now, certainly in the UK and America, we're getting recruitment adverts for the armed forces that make service look like a video game. Helpfully, in terms of illustrating this point, while I was writing this script, Ukrainian Fight Drone Simulator was just listed on Steam. A game looking to let us experience living out the POV footage you see from real-life Ukrainian drone pilots. But for me, the ugliest example of this has always been the gunship levels that started appearing in Call of Duty games around about 2007, where in seeking to replicate the distant fuzzy cameras on real-life gunships, just ended up indistinguishable from footage coming out of the second Gulf War. The first time I played one of these, I felt...
And I cannot even hold it. And now I have the plague.
That's how you get the plague.
I felt sick. I still feel sick.
I just realized I had the volume way down. I apologize. I'm turning the volume back up to its previous level. I turned it down because of the Borg thing. What up, Matt?
Watching them back. But let's stay on topic. Perhaps the most self-deprecating argument that the games industry should be paying attention to the resurgence of war games is that people make games. A gaming YouTube channel were given access to a UK government R&D facility where more than a dozen people were kept from doing their day job. They had to clear their office of sensitive documents before we arrived. They had to sit and answer our questions and show us their games. Why would they do that? It is surely because His Majesty's government wants DSTL's wargaming arm to look good in front of People Make Games audience of gamers for reasons of public relations and recruitment. Because this global push, arguably a race now to design more wargames and better wargames, has to involve bringing in more people with the right skills, with expertise in working in video games, in board games, even LARP. And the people who were giving us answers in our interviews, you could tell they were trying to make working here feel like a great idea. I spoke to one woman who got hired from the LARP community who talked about the importance of immersion in government war games. She said it helped players interact emotionally with decisions they were making when they felt something real was at stake.
Forgive me for a wonky segue, but it sounds like you've got a really fun job of people shooting, organizing things where people are shooting zombies running around a warehouse.
Yeah.
You have now swapped that for the bleaker end of the spectrum of people running around and shooting weapons at each other. Was that something you wanted to do?
It's an interesting question. So there is an overlap of interest there because it's all gaming. This has a lot more meaning behind it. So that is fun. That was fun. This is engagement and meaning. This actually changes stuff for the world and for other people. Whereas, gaming, it does change stuff for people in a lot of ways, particularly in the way they can develop their personal sort of characteristics and skills and those sorts of things. But this has a wider effect.
And not only does the wargaming sector see the benefit in a whole spread of gaming expertise, the same push towards diversity that we're seeing in our games industry is being completely replicated in theirs.
Gaming and wargaming has very often been seen as the domain of middle-aged white men, and that's something we're trying to move away from at DSTL. We're trying to change the diversity of our teams. We're trying to change the diversity of the way people think, and that's through our recruitment and our training and our retention of existing people. To your audience, I'd like to say, if you're sitting there and thinking, I couldn't be a wargame designer because of my background and my ethnicity and my diversity, ask yourself why, and actually get in touch with DSTL to find out what we can do to help you.
I would encourage you to take a hot second before getting in touch with DSTL. Maybe just finish this video first. Also, on the subject of diversity, at the Connections conference, I was talking about Gamergate, and I had the peculiar experience of a major in the British Army in his 60s knowingly nod and reach out and palm me these two enamel pins. A polyhedron in the colors of the Pride flag and a stop harassment in gaming sort of demand, which was at once sweet and also a bit meaningless. So I guess this is as good a point as any in this video to start talking about the ethics of all of this. A topic I feel better equipped to handle than most, and also just in awe of what a frightening subject it is. So the well-trodden path to success for a YouTube video essayist is to tell you exactly how you should feel about something. So when the video ends, you are left with a sense of resolution. Maybe you even understand exactly who was wrong and who was right. But morally, I feel that I can't do that. It would be ignoring the diversity of backgrounds and worldviews in the PMG audience, but also among the PMG team. But I do believe that the games industry as a whole has an opportunity, maybe even arguably a moral obligation, to learn about this subject and begin discussing it. Because what's happening right now is governments taking innovations that we have generated in the service of play and then using them to change how they govern. We're at the precipice of something right now. Our games, our expertise, our technology is changing the world and, yes, in some cases, directly leading to the deaths of individuals. And as I said at the start of this video, wargaming has come and gone in the past, but this time we have power. Today is the first time that wargames have returned as theory, as funding buzzword, and as praxis to find games as an industry and a global community here waiting for it. Culturally, we are now the defining artistic medium of a generation. And yeah, RPGs might have been spawned from wargaming in an indirect way, but right now the big actual play shows are playing Madison Square Garden and Wembley Stadium. But while I can't tell you exactly what's to be done, that's something that you have to decide for yourself. I can tell you that doing nothing with this power feels pathetic. It feels like a dereliction of the standards of artistry, of intelligent debate, and of care that we hold ourselves to as a community. So what I want to do next in this video is just give you, our audience, and the larger games industry a starting point for these discussions I think we should be having. And so, let's start with the elephant in the room. The big question that I bothered every single one of my interviewees about and may well have been bubbling away in the back of your brain since you first clicked on this video. Namely, isn't this whole practice totally reprehensible? These guys are turning games and play into a warfighting tool. And like, yeah, that is one way to look at what is happening right now. I told you I wasn't going to tell you how to feel in this video, but I will offer you a little bit of outrage as a treat. For 90% of my time in this sector, I was bowled over by how honest and introspective they are. You want to talk about controversies, politics, do these games even work? Wargaming professionals will yes and your criticism by pointing out other problems that you hadn't even considered. Jesus, day one of the conference, I participated in a mega game that was like this big icebreaker that simulated the wargaming industry in miniature. So some people were on teams role-playing like the Air Force, some people were role-playing the university designing games for them. And it played like a knowing satire of everything that was wrong with how wargames are commissioned and used. It was all about wargame designers struggling to make ends meet and the militaries getting crap games that didn't work. But I said that was 90% of my time in the sector, right? That remaining 10%? Repeatedly, I kept catching sight of this single dark cog at the bottom of this industry that keeps the whole machine turning, and I'm sure this is something in common with people who...
Just to comment on the ongoing conversation. Yeah, and when Siege, right? Tom Clancy's Siege, right? I think it was Rainbow Six Siege, right? Yes. That was the first one I think that really had breaching as a part of the game, right? Part of the experience in multiplayer. That was a really good game. Yeah.
Who do PR for the military proper. So I would test the water with these folks by asking them outright, so are you designing games that kill people? And the line they'd use is, no, you've got it wrong. These games save lives. That's the canned line I kept hearing. And you'd go, okay, well, whose lives are we saving? And they'd say, well, our servicemen and our civilians. But these games are helping us to kill our adversaries, right? And then they'd say, well, yes, some of them will do that. And it made me feel crazy. It's pure doublespeak that shows you the grim mathematics that this sector has to do to survive. Now, I do genuinely believe that all these same people I was interviewing understood the horror of war better than most, probably better than me or you watching this video. One of my interviewees had lost a limb as a result of injuries sustained in military service. But still, I did not enjoy my time visiting under the stuffy quilt of nationalism that has to cover the people that do this job that the system requires them to do. I found it philosophically suffocating. Because when you talk about the British military exclusively in terms of defence, you immediately remove from the conversation, they just vanish, all the wars in British history that are now considered morally cataclysmic. Who are we to hide behind the gleaming euphemism of defence when our overseas adventurism studs our history? From our historic colonialism to our most recent invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, not to be confused with our previous invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, from our role in the creation of Israel through to arming it today. Now, credit where it's due. When I spoke to the youngest wargame designers in the sector, the people who most fervently believe that wargaming has applications outside of war, and I'll be talking about their arguments in a little bit, they told me I wasn't crazy. And when I asked them, are these games weapons? They said, well, some of them, yeah. Also, some of the older wargaming designers gave me answers that I felt were philosophically really quite honest.
Feels to me like assisting the armed forces to save lives in conflicts would potentially result in more deaths on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a plausible conclusion?
It's more than plausible, it's absolutely correct, because warfare is obviously adversarial. To reduce the lives on our side, you are potentially going to be killing more people on the other side. I don't dispute that at all. The thing that wargaming brings to the party is firstly, conflict prevention. We should have wargamed, for example, are we successfully deterring Putin? We should have wargamed before the conflict started what we might do in response. And doing all these things in advance, so giving ourselves the foresight as to what's coming down the pike, just means that you can react in a better way. And in a better way does not mean killing more Russians. It means preventing the war from the get-go or taking steps which have been pre-considered to reduce the conflict right the way through.
And that is fundamentally my point of view, right? Fundamentally my point of view, like when it comes to playing games, learning historic war games, trying to put yourself into the mind of your opponent, right? To understand the logical, or not even logical, what would they do in this situation? Because that's the key. And I talked about this before as related to the what if scenarios, right? Is if your what if requires people to act out of character, then you're not actually doing what if. You're just doing like sci-fi fantasy, and fine, right? Like there's no, you do what you want to do. But being able to actually put yourself in the shoes of someone else and then being able to use that to better understand how they are going to move gives you the ability to react properly, right? And you should know how to do this, right? Like, I don't care what you're into, you are going to have opponents, right? Either people who are competing for the same things that you are, or people who are actively looking to achieve something that you don't want them to achieve, and or vice versa. And if you want them to react in the way some imaginary, like this is what they should do because this is what I want them to do, you're just gonna be fucking disappointed. Where if you go, okay, this is what they're probably going to do, so this is how we can or I can react to that type of scenario, then you forewarned is forearmed. I cannot stress this enough.
For every few answers I was given that felt grim but practical and honest, I would get an answer that felt jingoistic, and my trust of the scene would be undermined again.
What would you say to the members of our audience who feel that wargaming is taking, like game design and then turning it into a weapon of some kind?
Yeah, and I can understand that point of view. I mean, I'll also say that I'm also anti-war too. I'm here for defence, the D in DSTL really. I want to make sure that we are protecting our nation. We have serving personnel, in tricky situations at the moment, and to use my skills and my sort of analytical background to help them inform decisions for the government, make the right decision. I think that's a real sort of benefit to this particular role, and something I'm really proud of.
So these are people who are designing these games. Ultimately, it's about defense, but this is game design that could result in real death of not necessarily UK citizens, but of other people around the world. Yeah, that seems like something that'd be tricky for some of the game designers that watch people make games to, I don't know, square their design practice with.
Yeah, and of course, you're entitled to your own personal opinion on an aspect. The way
and it's how he asks the questions, right? Like, and this is something that comes up a lot where, you know, in a bunch of streams I go into where somebody, chatter or the streamer or whatever, wants the interviewer to go more adversarial at the interviewee. And I get that. I do, right? But that's not going to get you the information that you want. Because when you go adversarial like that, you are going to increase their automatic building of walls, right? To defend themselves against the attack. And they're not going to be as open to discussing, you know, the realities of whatever it is that's going on. And while it might be emotionally satisfying watching someone go at someone hard to the point where they get mad and leave, or they get into a knockdown, drag out, or what have you, there's an opportunity was lost to get that information, and an opportunity was lost to get more information in the future, right? Because now people have that to look at and, you know, make a determination on what kind of person and what kind of interview this is going to be. So always just take that into consideration.
Argue is, you know, if you go to B&Q sell hammers, B&Q aren't, you know, advocating the fact you use a hammer to hit someone around the head. They're used to hitting now. So it's how you use the particular tools and how you use the particular analysis, I think, is the important bit. And as long as you can square it away with yourself, that you're comfortable, you're defending and assisting and supporting, then I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, but not 30 minutes before that interview was conducted, I was being shown software that simulated British Challenger tanks assaulting a village.
And the objective for this game, or the task that Blue Force in the UK are doing, is to clear the enemy out of this town.
And Lee's analogy implies you'd have to be a lunatic to use a tool such as this to assist in a dark purpose. Like, I just don't think that's true. But also, this is a complicated thing to say, I want to live in a country that has tanks and has software that better helps them to use those tanks. Just speaking historically, countries that aren't able to defend themselves tend to have a really bad time. And also, the war in Ukraine feels to me like a harbinger of worse wars to come in the 21st century. But I just like if when I talk to people who are involved in the creation and facilitation of war games and I say, wow, this feels like a uncomfortable thing to design and to play, they're not like,
what up, Nick? No, they're not confused about war. They're communicating a difficult subject, and they happen to have leftist values. Does anyone need tanks? Fundamentally, no. Realistically, yes. Because he's 100% dead on. That countries that aren't able to defend themselves tend to have a really bad time. And I want to not be in that world as well. I want to be in a world where no one has to defend themselves because no one is attacking themselves, right? Like everything is cool, right? I just want everything to be cool, man. And we're not there. And in the meantime, what do? Right? What would happen? Pick a country of your choice, and like, I understand that as well, Matt. I am not like naive about, you know, the situation. There is there is a slippery slope between defending yourself and defending yourself by attacking someone else. And it happens way too often. And it's a lot of it has to do, you know, with the respective power dynamics and capabilities between disparate groups, right? It's not just the big ones, right? It goes all the way down. There are plenty of small groups of people attacking other small groups of people because these small groups of people don't like those small groups of people, and these small groups of people have better weapons and or technology, and they use that in order to, exert their will on the other people. And yes, there's a whole bunch of historical shit that leads to that, and a bunch of fucking this, that, and the third, right? And what the reason why that particular group of people has better technology and weapons than the other group of people could be due to the interest of some larger entity, that supplies them. The the system of the world is a complex one. Again, I am 100% no war. I'm against the next war as it goes. I'm 100% against people dying. I do not believe that if country A, whoever that country is, were to dismantle its military out of the blue, that all the other countries would be like, oh, cool, right? Like, we're all good. Everything is cool now. Because all states are bastards.
Why? God, when DSTL was showing us one piece of software that showed planes fighting over a country, that of course in the simulation was England, when actually software like that is infinitely more likely to have practical applications elsewhere on the globe, on multiple occasions, stood in front of the projector, I made a comment to the room like, ooh, this is chilling. Because it was! I was seeing a video game, functionally a toy, and a kind of toy I've dedicated my life to, being used to assist in decision making regarding the scrambling of jets to conduct real life missions, like it's fucking Ender's Game. And so I was saying things like, oh, this is weird. And what I was fishing for was someone in the room to validate my feelings and be like, yeah, I know, right? But instead, I was always met with silence. Which means everyone in that room didn't have an emotional response to this disquieting imagery I was looking at, or they simply didn't feel that they could voice those feelings in a room with their boss and a journalist and a PR. And that just made me feel super weird as the advanced representative of the games industry in this government laboratory. It made me feel weird. And I'm not weird, all right? I'm sure lots of you will agree with me in the comments that there is something so weird about seeing the games we play reflected in this funhouse mirror to include actual war. And I'm not saying it's unnatural. Human beings are apes, and play is how apes learn. But games and play also have associations with the innocence of childhood. And also, play has this sinister capacity to normalize our actions and make them seem mundane. And this is, on some level, part of the appeal for the military, right? A game is a prophylactic euphemism we put in front of an act that might be unappealing. We're just playing, right? We're just stabbing a sandbag with a bayonet until we're not. We're just playing a board game that sees us making a decision of launching a missile to sink a ship with thousands of people aboard. Until we're not. I'm reminded of how in the 19th century the British Empire and the Russian Empire fought this proxy war for control over the countries of Tibet and Afghanistan and Persia. And this war came to be known as the Great Game. A piece of language that has always really...
And this... Can you elaborate on that, Nick? I'm having difficulty understanding where your opinion, I guess, your point of view is coming from. I'm not saying you're wrong. Can you give me more information? This is one of my greatest antagonisms with people who talk about the world, right? And geopolitical conflicts. They always pick a starting point that usually is somewhere between World War I and World War II, as opposed to going back farther, right? Like, you have to more fully understand the nature of England and Russia's relationship with Persia and Iran to understand what's happening now, right? Like, it's way more complex than a lot of people who are Ameribrained think. That it's just, oh, it's this and that, and it's just like that, and I know everything, and you don't. You just don't. Because you don't understand historical animosity between different groups of people, which is a fucking thing that exists.
Really troubled me, because for the people making the decisions and sending people to die and deciding the fates of these countries, they get to enjoy the sort of like foxy imagery that they're playing a game. What do those pawns in this analogy represent? Those pawns are human beings. But so long as we think of all this as a game, as pieces on a board, we don't need to think about the countless lives that we are changing forever. And speaking of Russia, when People Make Games started researching this story, the war in the public consciousness was Ukraine. In the UK, that's a war that most of the public are pretty united on as these things go, as it features a smaller country attempting to align itself with progressive European values, standing up to Vladimir Putin, a fascistic dictator, colonialist, and, for what it's worth, a world-class bigot. And so because this is one of the better wars that my country has been involved in, that lent the wargaming sector an extra sheen of desirability, of justification. But then, of course, Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th of last year. And Israel's indiscriminate response, that at the time of publishing this video continues.
It's the war that's bad. Being in the position of having to defend from violence is not good. Developing the techniques and strength to be able to defend yourself in the real world is unfortunately necessary. He's criticizing the wrong thing. No, he did reference that earlier when he was talking about like that he still wants his country to have, the best tanks, and for those tanks to have the best software from that. He acknowledged that position. Yeah. Yeah, and like I don't think he's confused. Maybe it's not coming across, but I think it's a very, clear opinion, based on the thing. The war is bad. The war is absolutely bad, and he acknowledges that. I think what he's trying to demonstrate through this is, the bleed over that exists, right? That the more you abstract from a particular conflict, the more you can lose the human cost of these kind of things, and like that. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Matt. We never do that.
To lead to the deaths and inconceivable suffering of the Palestinian population has led to global condemnation. And almost overnight, this video we were working on became even more uncomfortable than it already was. Now, for the record, the people in the wargaming sector who I spoke to for this story told me that despite Israel very publicly using Western armaments for this conflict, they said they didn't think we were assisting Israel using any war games whatsoever. However, it's also true that countries that are allies regularly conduct war games and military maneuvers together and share expertise. So while I have no way to confirm this, it seems possible to me that Israeli military officials might have attended events where they were able to learn Western wargaming methods and then take them home to practice and refine those war games themselves.
Highly likely. Highly likely. Just as an example, the NYPD has a relationship with the Mossad and the Israeli military. If that is the case, I would find it incredibly unlikely that more, concrete relationships between the militaries did not exist, and that those entities did not share that type of information with each other. It strains credulity, right?
All of which is to say, and this is backed up throughout history when you look at the scientists and engineers who create inventions with military applications, if you were to accept a job in the wargaming sector, it might be quite hard to know who will end up wielding your designs or what they'll be trying to do with them. I mean, it's sort of what Lee said, right? If you make a hammer, the question is, do you feel responsible if a maniac uses it? I think where Lee and I differ is I just think there might be more maniacs than he does. Like, most of the audience for this video are going to be living in the United Kingdom or the United States, and those are two countries with, let's say, very checkered decision making. And so it just feels to me that on one level, if you are signing up to make war games for your country, you are just crossing your fingers that what you make and what it's used for does not later become a source of shame. That said, it was pointed out to me that for lots of wargame designers, they have some degree of autonomy over what they make and who they work for, though even this can be complicated.
I was in Rome at a NATO conference and I was on my own having dinner and I got talking to somebody at the table next to me who was also from Ireland. And I thought, oh, well, that's a nice coincidence. It turned out he was actually Belgian. And I said, what do you do? And he said, I work in the central bank. I'm an economist. And he said, what do you do? And I explained what I was doing there. And then he kind of lectured me about, how do I sleep at night, working with NATO, and when they're doing all these terrible things, and all the violence in Ukraine, and I'm like, well, NATO's trying to help, and he's like, well, they're just making it worse, and I was like, oh, I think I'm the bad guy in this conversation with the central banker, and it's kind of stuck with me, and I haven't quite got the answer to it. I think one of the things I tell myself is this is being done, whether I studied or not, it's being done. And it would be useful to know how it actually works. I suspect that most war games are creating some form of distorted knowledge or distorted training, negative learning of some kind, very often. It'd be useful to understand that better so that we do it less. But the downside is that, when I say to my students, you have to study civil wars because then you can understand how to prevent them. The difference with something like wargaming is you're actually studying a tool. So as you understand how to refine it more, there's every possibility that people you don't like would start using that refined tool.
This relates to my last question, which is, is this discipline taking commercial game design and turning it into weapons?
Is it turning into weapons? I'm not sure it's turning it into weapons. I think it is. I think it can influence actual decisions around.
And this is like defining what a weapon is. Right? And this goes hand in hand to defining what violence is, right? It's general agreement that if person puts hands on another person, then that is violence. We tend to all agree with that. But at levels of abstraction, if you simply defund a particular entity that was providing food to a particular group of people, is that violence, right? If I snatch the sandwich out of your hand, I am doing violence. If I defund the organization that was providing you with food, is that violence? In my opinion, it is, just to establish that. You may have a different opinion, but violence gets more difficult to explain broadly to people as you get to levels of abstraction. And a weapon, same thing, because a weapon is a tool used to commit violence, potentially, right? To potentially commit violence. At the very least, it's to demonstrate your capacity to commit violence. How do you feel about providing the money for people to buy the stuff for war in many countries? Yeah. But all the things I just said, Matt, right? Like, I understand that there is a certain amount of mental gymnastics and rationalizing and everything else that go along with, patterns of human behavior and interactions and stuff like that. Not everyone has, it becomes almost a philosophical question, and then people have to be able to engage in their own philosophical analysis of what is this and what does this mean. And unfortunately, the debate bros have ruined the concept of discussing definitions of things and stuff like that. I think they lack historical context for the war game, where war games came from, how the Cold War influenced things like computer games in general, and so on. I have fantastic memories of playing war games with friends, be it board like Fortress America or computer games like Master of Orion. Some sessions took weeks. It was great fun. Did we commit violence upon each other? No, we had fun. Yes. Yes. And again, I think that he is aware of that because he's talking about the people who play war games for fun, right? Or, you know, to understand things and like that. But it's not necessarily what you did, but what is happening with the thing in and of itself, right? Where the industry behind it is using these tools that are created by people to have fun, and then using those tools to better do the job of potentially killing other people. Right? And also, like, Fortress America. Fortress America is directly tied to the movie Red Dawn, right? Red Dawn and Fortress America are like this, right? Because the nature of the movie Red Dawn was that the United States basically became isolated from, not the fucking one with Thor in it, but I'm talking about the old one with Wolverines and that shit. The United States was isolated and it was attacked by you know, Russia and Cuba and China and all this, like, you know, this the domino theory writ large, basically. And so, and again, you can just treat it as a game, but some people are going to look at that and feel that it's like, how close to reality is this kind of thing? And then that's when you end up with people who look for more active defense kind of things, and we can't let Vietnam fall because of domino theory and etc. etc.
Military warfighting things, including weapons procurement. So it's used sometimes to test weapons. I don't think it is a weapon itself, right? Because I think
yeah, Nemesis, he talked about Kriegspiel earlier in the video.
You have to be clear about how are you hurting somebody directly with a war game, but indirectly, is this harming people? At least sometimes, yes, definitely. So then it's, well, how do you sleep with yourself? And I don't know. I mean, it's.
What up, Maddie? The title came from a movie script from the 1930s written by Ayn Rand. What? Red Dawn? That would make sense. What up, Krail? I cannot, because the cat is its own entity and comes and goes as it pleases. I apologize. Red Pawn? Fucking Timo ass shit.
Right now, at this moment in history, I'm more confident than I was maybe even 10 years ago about, you know, if we have to pick sides, I'm a little bit more comfortable picking one than I used to be. You know, I just have a baby daughter now, and I don't think everywhere in the world is the exact same, and I don't think any country is interchangeable with any other country and it would just be the same. I think it'd be radically different. You know, it's like there are sides to some degree. I just never thought I'd be in a position where I actually have to kind of come down off the fence. But there you are.
Lots to think about, but let's just hit the reset button.
And a lot of people are comfortable on the fence, right? And I understand, like, the desire to, like, how can you be on the fence on this particular issue that I am well informed about, and that, you know, that I feel engaged with and everything else, right? Like, just remember that they might not know the same things that you know, right? And this is this concept of radical empathy, right? Like, is really trying to understand why people feel the way that they do. to extend that to the concept of propaganda, is that if you want to convince people that they're on the wrong side of a particular issue, or are on the fence on a particular issue that they should not be on the fence on, how are you going to engage with that? You can't just yell at them because they will not listen to you. Right? You got to do it a different way. Not that different on how landlords operate. They don't literally kill their tenants during an eviction, but the end result for the person being kicked out can be homelessness or even worse. Yes. And to be fair, and this is gonna, I'm waiting for that number to drop and to get excommunicated. To be fair to the landlords, I'm gonna get Trotsky'd out here. They think that that's the way things are supposed to work, right? Yelling at them about how they're screwing up everything and they're radically warping the housing market and making it more difficult for people to find houses, all that kind of thing, right? Like their brains are not operating in that sphere, right? Like you have to do a lot of work to move them. A lot of landlords think they're doing a service to their tenants. They think they're providing housing, right? We understand that they're not providing housing, that the people who are providing houses, the workers build the house, all that kind of stuff. But it's think, Mark, right? Like it's in their brains that they are doing a service, right? Their entire structure of the world is built up around that. So to change that mindset requires a bunch of work. Not just yelling at them about how they're screwing up the housing market.
On this philosophical discussion real quick, so I can reframe it by using my ruler from hell. This is a promotional tchotchke given to me at Connections by a gentleman promoting his company, Minds, Mission Impacts of Nuclear Events Software. And it is a pocket-sized reference for what would keep you safe from different sizes of a nuclear blast, as well as what injuries you'll sustain, such as burns to the retina of your eyeball. It's also a ruler. But when the man gave me this ruler, he explained the pitch for his company, which is that traditionally in military war games, the moment someone decides to launch a nuclear weapon, the game is over.
The only winning move is not to play.
Because the consequences are too cataclysmic and far-reaching to hope to simulate, and also, it doesn't matter, you've all lost. And the gentleman who gave me this pointed out that this means none of our militaries are practicing for what happens if someone uses a tactical nuclear weapon, a small one, the kind of thing that could flatten a town or just a building, and which there was a lot of fear about Russia using in Ukraine. And the gentleman who gave me this ruler pointed out
this was a huge thing during the Cold War. I don't believe there's any evidence to it, but it was like nuclear artillery, right? The United States, NATO, what have you, had a tremendous amount of concern that the Russian and Warsaw Pact militaries had nuclear artillery and that they were going to use it and, use it to take out, like a division or an army group or a supply base or that kind of stuff, not launch a city killer. And this is accurate. People do not think about that. There are, how would you know, Matt, right? Like, and then who's ever heard of the concept of a neutron bomb, right? The neutron bomb is supposed to be like high radiation, low explosion, which would be used to remove the human beings from a city, but maintain the infrastructure so that you can then go in and occupy it. As far as I know, no one's ever actually develop that into something that's usable, or if they are, they're not really talking about it. Right, Matt, but I'm saying you yourself said rumor is one was used, right? Like, how would you know? Someone might know, right? But then my understanding of a lot of stuff is that if somebody knows something, and any other person also knows that thing, we're going to find out. Someone is going to find out somewhere. And it'll end up in like some reporter's hands.
That this surely makes the world a more dangerous place if our decision makers aren't training for the possibility of a small nuclear attack. But the counter argument would go, okay, if everyone around the world is playing games where using tiny nuclear bombs is an option, aren't we all that much more likely to reach for that in real life? To which my answer is, I don't know. So all of that makes this a complicated story for people make games to be covering, right? No.
I mean, on one hand, yes, if the only people who are, but think about it, Matt. Think about this. In order for that scenario to have played out, and for the 50 years from now CIA thing to play out, two entities already know. Whoever deployed the weapon and the CIA, right? Which opens the door for the possibility of any other third party who might have the ability to recognize what would have occurred, and for any entities within those, either CIA or this other entity who fired the weapon, unless that was the CIA, in which case that would be convenient for the purposes of this story. Like, people feel bad about stuff, right? Unless you believe that every person within that particular structure is an inhuman monster, incapable of feeling for those people, there is going to be someone in there who is going to feel that shred of guilt that is going to cause them to do a particular thing, right? Somebody made the joke earlier about the War Thunder, Intel drop. Why did that happen? Why did Edward Snowden happen? Why did, what's her name? The other one who released a bunch of secrets. Like, it happens that people release this information because they want people to know because some fuck shit happened, right? Someone else would know, is all I'm saying. If that, I find it probable that someone else would know. Maybe it's a perfect scenario where none of that happened. The entity dropped the bomb, and it was a single bomb, and the CIA might know about it, and that's it. And everyone involved who knows about the thing is dead or an inhuman monster, and we will not know. And then in 50 years, something gets disclassified, right? Maybe that's what happened. I just find that as a low probability occurrence.
No, not yet, it's not. Allow me to significantly complicate this story by presenting the ethical case for war games. So there's this joke in the wargaming community that on his deathbed, the inventor of war games, George Leopold von Reiswitz, turned to his wife and his dying words were, "I wish I'd come up with a better name." And the reason for that is that everyone in this sector agrees that if it is true you can use games to practice, plan, and preempt a war, you can use games to practice, plan, and preempt any other problem.
It probably shouldn't be called a war game. It should be called a serious game because it is used by humanitarians, by NGOs. It is just a technique, but it can save lives, money, time, resource, and things like the climate.
To which the cynical response would be, hang on, Quinns, you've said that this sector gets almost all of its funding from the military in one way or another. Surely this is just a way of the sector washing its hands and making it seem cleaner and more appealing. And that is absolutely correct. The wargaming sector loves wheeling out this argument because it makes it seem more moral, more noble. But also, it wheels out this argument because I think it's true. Like the American government wargaming to explore vulnerabilities in election infrastructure that President Trump might have tried to exploit back in 2020.
I did work as well out in South Africa. I spent 6 months out there during COVID looking at water strategies for drought. Wargaming is something that can be used for professional development, for capability and force development if you're talking about the military, if you're talking outside of the military. It's got real utility. First of all, red teaming organizations, crisis response plans, crisis management plans, security plans, business continuity and resilience plans, even in planning to deliver a business opportunity. It may be a big construction project or something like that, where I've seen real disasters in the past because they haven't put the time and the effort into the planning process and then stress testing those plans. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was invited to present on how we do military planning and stress testing of plans at a global supply chain and logistics conference at the University of Southern California. Big organizations being represented there, really interested in how we apply these processes. A little bit of the rigor that military planning brings and the experience that comes with it, but then how you go about actually stress testing those plans. And wargaming is one method of doing that. You may want to call it decision gaming or crisis and risk gaming. It all looks remarkably similar.
Two of the wargame designers I spoke to at Connections had the Red Cross and Britain's National Health Service as clients, two entities that were able to look at games designed for armies to practice their logistics, and they said, hey, that would be exactly as useful for us. So from this perspective, wargaming is just the latest invention on a long list of stuff invented due to deep military funding that has since found wider application in society. A star-studded list that includes, you love it, the internet, GPS, canned food, cargo pants, and you know what else? Some of the first disposable menstrual products, which were popularized in the 1920s after British and American nurses began using their military's new high-tech bandages when they were on their period. Which is just like, women have been bleeding since the dawn of time, and then World War I happens and the patriarchy is like, something must be done for our boys! And so when you're talking about the ethics of whether you should dedicate your professional career to developing war games, we do also have to have, as part of that discussion, whether it's ethical to refuse to develop something that is in its infancy but has the potential to help all of humanity.
I've been working in government for the last 5 to 7 years to help bring in a bit more wargaming and reasonable challenge into government.
Okay, what does that mean?
So wargaming is an interesting concept because it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But actually the kind of core concept of how do we allow a group of people who are trying to deliver public services to think through problems, come at it from different approaches, and say the things that are slightly uncomfortable to say, and to kind of raise those risks that otherwise you don't want to really think about, and to think through what happens next. How we think about delivering healthcare, how we think about delivering agricultural policy, how we think about delivering crisis response.
I have a few of them in pre development, right? Like I've kicked around some ideas. I think that like artificial intelligence should be something that can assist me in this regard. But it's just like everything else. I have less time than I would like. And like that,
All of these areas require us to make the right decisions. We are always looking for more people who want to move tiny hospitals around the board and not the tiny tanks. And it is really vital that actually the ability to challenge each other isn't just something that soldiers do, that we do a little bit more on the civilian side as well. So that's why I kind of try and do a little bit of my part to make that happen.
I found my conversation with Alex inspiring. If militaries have realized that using war games, they can make...
Well, part of it, it might actually relate to the thing that I mentioned way earlier when I was talking about like not getting excited over stuff until it happens, is that I also have a difficulty in engaging passion for particular projects. Like when people talk about stuff and they are like super passionate, and I can engage with that. Like I am passionate about some things, but it's just a very limited supply. But there are people who are like super passionate and like, that's if they're not eating, shitting, showering, or working, they're working on that fucking thing. And I envy them for that. Nice, old lobster.
Better decisions, they can explore the consequences of their actions, and they can be better equipped to question the assumptions of their superiors. Doesn't that perhaps even mean that we as gamers have something like a moral obligation for there to be more war games in our society? For us to assist in this grand transference of all the skills and design out of the military and into wider society? Well, maybe not, because allow me to complicate this story just one more time by asking you, does wargaming, this thing that your tax dollars are being spent on right now, actually work at all? So practitioners of wargames agree that the right game at the right time can help humans to make better decisions. They also agree that the wrong game at the wrong time, or one that's just moderated inexpertly, or one that's played badly, or had bad data put into it, or bad subject matter experts, might make humans think they're better informed, when in fact, some or all of what they just learned might be wrong. This subject was in the news recently when the Washington Post published a 2-part article on Ukraine's failed offensive in 2023. The articles talked about how the offensive played out differently to how American war games predicted, and included a line from a senior Ukrainian general saying that because the war in Ukraine is unlike anything the world's seen before, with its World War I trenches and skies full of drones, wargaming, quote, doesn't work.
Yes, you do have to play against other people. And like, I am lucky, like, again, my friends and I joke that we will find the edge cases for your game, right? Like, we are a great playtest group, because what you and your playtest group that you used thought was like a pretty airtight set of rules, we will destroy. We will find where it doesn't quite, match up to what you thought it was and attempt to exploit that. And then we have to figure it out between ourselves. And sometimes it involves some very passionate discussion. So yeah. I would also like to point out, there was a thing, I want to say I watched it with y'all, in some video, I can't remember when, but they had one of their retired military folks play or maybe I didn't. Anyways, so what they did was the military, or this group within the military, war gamed a military action against Iran. And they had one of their guys play, the Iranians. And he did all sorts of shenanigans and whooped their ass, right? Like, because he used the tools as they might use the tools, right? Like taking their inexpensive speedboats and doing like basically, suicide runs against these much bigger, much more expensive ships. And the response, instead of adapting to that scenario or understanding how that's going to contextually play out, they told him he couldn't do that. He wasn't allowed. That's not going to work, right? You're fucking up. He's basically fighting a war against a superior opponent during a time of technological transition. The game is changing. Yes. And I disagree with this. I disagree with, okay. So if you go all the way back to earlier in the video when he was talking about how like a game can be developed. Well, yes, Nemesis, but also no, right? What you should is transition from like a strict war game with like very specific rules to something more akin to a role-playing game where people can just think about stuff and add it to the game. You know what I mean? Like if you operate in a game that can be like as open-ended as possible, and you allow your people who are interacting with the game to be as creative as they possibly can, you might have gotten to what's currently going on there. You know what I mean? You could have gotten to, again, this is asymmetric warfare, right? It's similar because they're both states and they both have tanks and shit like that. But the actions turned it into a relatively asymmetric system. And there's other conflicts around the world throughout history that have been that kind of thing, right? And it's how would they react? Does it really? Huh.
All these methods, you can take them and throw them away, you know? It doesn't work like that now. Meaning, wargames might not only be a waste of man hours and your taxpayer money, they might lead decision makers to confidently make decisions that are bad. But let's imagine that wargame practitioners don't fundamentally misunderstand their subject in the way that Ukrainian general was talking about. Wargaming is still a deeply fraught practice. For starters, the genre of game and who plays it will inform takeaways. An international relations scholar who studied war games played about nuclear weapons exchange during the Cold War found that the games that presented players with basically mathematics and probability, as if you were playing Settlers of Catan with nukes, saw players becoming more likely to launch their nuclear weapons. While games that involved negotiation and talking with other human beings who held nukes made players less likely to utilize their nuclear weapons. And let's talk about the...
Right, and there right there is demonstrated the dichotomy between a strictly rules-based war game type game and a more free-flowing role-playing game, right? And that's where I come down on the thing.
The Three Witches of Wargaming. This is a paper by wargame developer Stephen Downes Martin that capably explains how basically absolutely everyone involved with a wargame can ruin it. So it all starts with a sponsor, like the United States Navy, who has the budget and wants its staff to wargame a particular problem. Let's pause for a second to think about, why are they doing that? It's probably not because they have no idea what to do. They've never thought about this problem before. They're panicking. No, these people are professionals who make decisions like this for a living. So it's likely that before the game designer has even started work, they already have research or experience or instinct of how to resolve this problem. And they will be happiest if the war game backs up what people in the Navy are already talking about doing. If the war game then acts as this source of evidence that goes, ooh, no, don't do that. That would be terrible. That's not your best decision at all. If decision makers in the Navy listen to that war game, it makes them look incompetent. Or they can say, no, we think that war game is pointless actually, but who paid for it? The Navy did. So.
And right there, like the reason millions and millions and millions of people died in World War I was that kind of thinking, right? They were fighting a new war with new technology, using old strategy and old tactics, and then just not believing the evidence in front of them. Right? That is absolutely we are we live in a world where admitting that you don't know something or you were wrong about something is often punished. And there are negative consequences of that type of behavior.
Again, that makes them look incompetent. So from the very beginning, this whole quasi-scientific process is probably biased. The second witch of wargaming is what's known as the chain of command. Basically, the people directly above the wargame designer who's communicating with them and commissioning them. This person, sort of your customer, might have opinions. They might also feel that it will reflect badly on them if your game models something in one way or another. If it's too complicated or too simple, they're thinking about their career. And because they're the one paying you, if they have feedback, it's not like you can say no. If you work in any creative field and have ever experienced the torture of getting feedback from your client, you'll understand all this implicitly. The third witch of wargaming is the players, the people who actually play your game on the day. I bet all the game designers watching this video are nodding like, yep, players will fuck a game up. Ideally, they're competent at the role they have to take on during the game, and ideally they focus on simply playing rather than trying to show off and look brilliant in front of their colleagues. But even if you duck these two issues, Downes Martin adds that senior players will often try and redesign the game as they're playing it. Remember how in Kriegspiel the Prussians would wheel out a general whose job was to sit there and go, no, that wouldn't work, no, don't do it like that. That is such a natural human instinct that people will do it when playing war games even if they're not the games master. They don't care about the science, they don't care about the larger design of the game, they just see one mechanic and go, no, that's not how that works, we need to fix it right now. All of which makes wargaming a pretty fraught craft/science to try and draw conclusions from. But hey, we've been doing this for hundreds of years, right? At least we have hundreds of years of data and failures and success stories to draw from. No, we really don't. Because unlike when the military designs a bandage and the rest of the world is free to look at it and realize what they've really designed is a menstrual pad, war games suffer from what was described to me as the military fetish for secrecy. If your country's military loves one thing, it's for other militaries to have no idea what's going on in there. And so, practically all war games that have ever been played are designed in secret, played in private, and then put on a shelf in the basement of a storage facility somewhere to never see the light of day again. What did you learn from the game? What did you learn from running the game? What did you learn to never ever do again? Hardly anything is published. We just don't know.
That's the biggest block on the ability for us being academics or researchers or people interested in this, to actually be able to really assess and evaluate how wargaming could or should work better, because we cannot get access to the raw material. So you might get to read the report. So, you'll get a 150-page report saying this is the game we ran, but even when you get to the end of the report, it's like, I still don't really actually know what the game looks like. I don't have a real sense of did you have 50 units or 2,000 units? You still are kind of lost a little bit, like, what's the game? I don't know the game. And so then you can't really evaluate the results. They're like, and then this is what happened. You're like, says you. It may be completely true, but I can't independently verify what you're saying, which is kind of rule number one of science, right? It has to be transparent. I have to, in principle, be able to replicate what you did. I have to have access to the same, you should be giving me your data and I should be able to look at it. Now, with something like statistics, you may kind of find statistics in general to be kind of disagreeable or making a lot of kind of questionable assumptions and everything else. Mindy? But it can defend itself, right? It can sort of say, this is on this basis that we make knowledge claims. These are the assumptions very strictly that we're making about reality. Now, your mileage may vary. You might go, I still don't buy it, which is very often the way I feel about statistics. But they can make that claim. And I think what wargaming has struggled with always is that ability to be able to articulate, you should buy this. And I think the key distinction is wargamers focus on design and assume it's producing knowledge or educational outcomes. Academics focus on the way that the existing methods or ways we have of justifying knowledge claims. So they're fixated on, is this rigorous science? And they kind of assume that any game they design is good enough to do it, if you know what I mean. So they're kind of not great games, but great science.
Which is how we get to this moment in time, where we have been wargaming for 150 years, and yet the academic book on how do humans learn from games has, as yet, unbelievably, still never been written. Mind you, that day cannot be too far away now, at least, because right now the world is seeing the creation of wargaming as a field of academic study. So, those people will be putting something together soon, and hopefully the conclusion is, yeah, humans don't really learn from games as much as they think they do. And so we come to the end of this video. What have we learned? Have we learned a lot? Have we learned nothing? I don't know, man. And now I need to try and put a takeaway on this. I guess if I have a note to end on, it's this. Don't look away. The games industry has a patchy record of engaging with political causes. There are areas we can be proud of, you know, the push towards inclusivity and diversity, while it is achingly slow, I do see it happening, you know. No matter how many bigots we piss off, we continue this line that games and play is for everybody. Our community's history also glitters with wonderful fundraising efforts for great causes. And in recent years, it's been really nice seeing the games community develop an appetite for long video essays that cover really complicated issues. But equally, as a community, we have what I think is a truly pathetic habit of letting absolutely lethal problems exist and thinking, oh, that's not our responsibility because we don't recognize it as our kind of games. Oh, predatory business practices and the reinvention of gambling in the mobile sector? Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that or think about that because mobile gamers, yeah, they're not our people. Or like, everyone was really supportive of when PMG examined the concatenation of horrors happening under Roblox Corporation, but my question to you is, why did it take the games industry so long to notice how bad that situation was? And it's because we looked at Roblox and went, oh, those games are weird and for kids. That's not our kind of gaming. And now we're seeing the resurgence of wargaming. The creepy great uncle of gaming coming back, and he wants to do his thing again, but bigger than ever. And he sees us, his nephew in this analogy, and he wants to reach into our pockets and take a bit of our expertise, bit of our technology, bit of our design, bit of our spirit. And I'm sat here wondering, what's it gonna be this time, gamers? Are we once again gonna claim that this is not our problem? Because let me tell you, it's not just that we have power to influence or keep tabs on this sector. We're the only people with power. No one else understands games. And so I'm just asking us to think and discuss among ourselves what our opportunities are and perhaps even what our responsibility is. I'm just pulling this out my arse now, but I'm talking about maybe game unions having clauses in their contracts that their work isn't used for military applications. I'm talking about the now well-established field of game academics entering conversation with the brand new field of wargaming academics to see what we can learn from each other. I'm talking about whatever civic wargaming we do, it actually works. And I suppose in an ideal world, I'm talking about those young wargame designers who I met who understand that yes, this sector sprung from the haunted womb of the military, but that it really can make the world a better place. I would love for them to feel that they have the resources of the games industry behind them when it comes to demilitarizing this sector. Honestly, I don't really know exactly what we can do. I just know I feel really uncomfortable about what I think is going to happen over the next 10, 20, 30 years. I think mostly as an industry, we're going to ignore that this is happening. Just like when Unity was revealed to have signed military contracts, we all went, whoa, and then went back to whatever we were doing. I think in the years to come, our sector is going to continue occasionally glancing over at what's happening in wargaming with the disinterest of a glutted animal. And I think by 2040, we'll look back on this moment in history and realize that there was a time when we could have used our industry's considerable influence to change the very ethical underpinnings of this sector, acting perhaps as a companionable craftsman in shaping humanity's decision-making machinery. Or perhaps more importantly, acting as a watchdog to ensure that however this technology is used, it's not done so carelessly or selfishly or secretively. The games industry can look at this whole sector and go, I don't buy it. I don't recognize what they do as what we do at all. But you know who doesn't feel that way? The organizations who gave People Make Games access for this story, and the military higher-ups who knew who I was by sight. I'm telling you, they've got it all figured out. It's time the rest of us caught up. Thank you very, very, very much for watching, everybody. And an extra special fourth thanks to the people who support us on patreon.com/peoplemakegames for funding journalism like this. This video took an extra long time, so from me to you, if you supported our work, cheers.
So we have addressed all the elephants in the room, at least somewhat, and like that. And now we can talk about some games. What up, Samson? One more elephant? I got you, fam. 4 horrible yet popular board game opinions.
Popular opinions that I truly dislike. And why? Let's go. Heavier games are better. Heavier games are the evolution of this hobby. If you play games long enough, you will want to play long.
Real quick. I don't know what this one is. This fucking game, I wanted this game so fucking bad, but it's like $1 million. It is so, it's like, it's not $1 million, but the full kitted out set with all the bells and whistles on Kickstarter literally was like $1,000. This is like, dude, bro, fam. This one, Summoner Wars, I played this a little bit. It's all right. I don't know what Star Trek game this is offhand. This right here is a simpler version, I think, of Dune Imperium. Dune Imperium is awesome, and I recommend it if you like Dune. Splendor Duo or Duel is obviously a 2-player version of Splendor. Splendor is a very fun little card game. If you have more than one elephant in the room, it might be a good idea to leave town. I mean, they might shit on the carpet and it might stink. You also might get crushed up against the wall. Long board games are not group friendly. One of the biggest, the two issues, to Matt's point, the two issues that come up with long board games are player elimination, right? Like I told you the story of Twilight Imperium where my friend eliminated his wife within the first couple of turns and then the game went on for another 8 hours, right? Like, what do the other players do in that scenario? And having player elimination in a long game is problematic, absolutely. The other one is what's called downtime. There is the time in which you are taking your turn, and then the time in which, everyone else is taking their turn. And if you take an example, and that probably a bunch of you might be relatively familiar with, something like Risk or Axis and Allies, okay? If your turn takes 10 minutes, which is, depending, either an unreasonable or reasonable amount of time, but let's say it takes 10 minutes, and you have 4 other players, that means you might not be seeing the opportunity to do anything again for almost an hour. And that's a problem. So these are things you have to wrestle with when you're playing longer, bigger games. What up, Kleptomaniac? It's true. It happens. And there are challenges, and some game designers have addressed these things in different ways. This game right here, let's go full screen so you can see it. This game, War Room, this is by the guy who designed Axis and Allies. And what he did is attempt to resolve some of those issues by like having players do things like in more compact steps as opposed to doing all the things and then waiting for an hour. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, it's also going to depend on the players, right? Like, I will do a combination of, doing something else with my phone, admittedly, but also observing the other players and kind of figuring out what they're up to and attempting to, undermine that practice. Yeah, no, and like we've talked about the North Africa game that takes like 1,000 hours in order to play. There are some games that are just like that. If you've ever played Sniper Elite or are aware of the Sniper Elite video game, that's what this is. This is a board game version of. There's a lot more of this happening within the world where different board games are, or different video games are being ported over to the board game market. What's the game with the Space Marines? Not Space Marines, but like they kind of look like Space Marines. I think there were 3 different of the game. It's not Halo. But it's like big football player looking dudes, and you could hide behind cover. Not Helldivers, not what up, Dr. Koshi? Not Space Hulk. Space Hulk is a great game that has been both Gears of War. Thank you, Minty. Gears of War has a board game. You can play Gears of War, the board game, and it's neat, right? Like it has a way of sending the enemies at you and shit like that. What up, Kochka? So, like, Helldivers actually does have a board game, by the way. Warhammer, of course, has a board game. Space Hulk has both a video game and a board game. And between you and me, can actually be simulated with a big roll of fucking graph paper and some miniatures, and you can just do your own thing. Nuclear War, the card game? Yeah, the Nuclear War card game, it's like a funny game, right? Like it was a whole thing. It was tongue in cheek, as the kids say. Like Illuminati. There's a Illuminati game that is tongue in cheek. All right, what else we got?
Longer games, more complicated games, more complex games, and
That's it.
bigger games in all of those ways. That's what everyone will tell you. You like what you like. Go find stuff that you freaking enjoy, not what somebody tells you you should enjoy. If you
And it all has to do with what are you into, right? Like that's ultimately where it all comes from. What are you into, right? I would play Campaign for North Africa, right? I would put in that time if I had the time in order to put it in. I would play Mega Civilization. I would play these big, huge games that take, 1,000 hours. The problem is getting a bunch of people to do that is problematic. Getting the extended period of time in order to do that is problematic. Having the game, if you have cats, forget leaving a board game, or children, forget leaving the board game on the table, right? You're playing now, and if you're lucky, you'll get through it.
You want to play all 30-minute or less games and make a whole collection of that, go right ahead. If you only want to play Root, go ahead. If you only want to play 3-hour plus Lacerda's heavy Euro style dynamics, heavy cardboard-ish vagary, whatever.
Broadly speaking, there's 2 different kinds of war game. There's what's called Euros, right? Which usually involve like wooden pieces and a lot of like what's called worker placement, where you put guy in place to do thing and that kind of stuff. And then there's what's called Ameritrash. And Ameritrash can feature some of those same kind of things, but also tends to rely on like sculpted plastic pieces. That's the thing. Is it different if it's a virtual board game? It's easier to maintain as long as you have the ability to save the game, yeah. If you have an asymmetric game that's playable virtually, like either on Vassal or on Tabletop Simulator, or any number of game that you can play via email or whatnot, those are great, because then it doesn't matter how long everyone else's turn takes, other than the fact that you want to take your turn, right? Like, so you're hyped about that. Oh, LAN games, baby. LAN games. Getting my friends together to play Sins of a Solar Empire over LAN.
Ever, or you only want to do the top Board Game Geek 100, you want to do the top under 10,000. I don't care. No one should tell you that you're not a mature gamer because you haven't played X, Y, and Z. We see it all the time on the...
Yeah, fuck what other people think. In most things. What up, me? Daughter and sister-in-law bought a dining room table with... Oh, God. Yeah. I'm jealous. I want one of those. I like... Oh, fuck. Those are so cool.
Video game side of things, right? Where people are like, well, you're not a true gamer if you haven't played. You're not a true gamer if you don't play this type of thing, especially if you've been playing for games for how long? Oh my gosh. As the famous Rhett and Link song goes, oh, you're not a gamer because you battle your words with friends. You click on cute icons to execute commands. Do you really need a genius to teach you GarageBand? But the point being
what the fuck that was.
you don't need to, as this lyrical example is giving us a tongue-in-cheek, it's what happens, and it shouldn't happen. And everybody can just have fun with the games that they enjoy. Second one, right? People that get super upset or super angry because you're not playing the most optimal, you know? You're not playing the most strategic of the moves in your whatever game that you're doing, right? The strategy has to be above all. We play to win the game, which again is a dichotomous sort of attitude, right? I play to win, but more importantly, as I'm trying to play to win, I'm having fun trying to do so. But playing to win does not mean I am doing everything under the sun to min and max every single step along.
And so I got one friend who is that guy, right? And we're working on him. He is better. He is better, right? At not taking other people's turns. This is what it's called, right? Because it's not always about that. Like, when I'm playing a game, do I want to win? Sure, right? I enjoy winning a game as much as anybody else. But often I'm just there for the experience and because I want to do a particular thing or whatever, right? I just want to hang out with my friends and play the game and like experience something within that realm. Like maybe I just want to see like how many points do I get if I play the game this way, right? I'm not necessarily trying to like play perfect, you know? And sometimes I am, right? And I can tell you the exact moment in the game when I made a mistake and I lost, right? Like where I'm not going to get enough points in order to win and you're going to beat me, right? Like, and it's whatever you want to do. Let people have fun.
The way in order to win. Winning is the objective. It is not necessarily, in that same sense, the goal of my own game. And so if I'm not making, in your mind, the best strategic move, you know what? That's my...
And also, the meta, right? Because of my particular group of friends, just smoke the weed, kids. The meta within my particular group of friends is such that people know that about them, and they know that they can throw their game off by doing something, you know, like that to them almost feels random, right? And it's a scale. On this side is Jmart, and Jmart is doing the min-max. And on the other end of the scale is my man Jake. And Jake is the most random motherfucker and sometimes still wins the fucking game. And then all the other players kind of fall into like, you know, that fucking, you know, spectrum of players. And it's great.
My business, I play my turns the way I want to play them. Sometimes I like being one of those people in a non-screw you manner of I just like to watch the world burn. And I think that's okay. I like to enjoy myself. I like to take the off-beaten path to see what happens with this strategy, how well it works for me, or just do something nonsensical to see if it can actually work out. We just played a new game in my house called All Aboard prior to filming this. It is an animal laying boat traveling versus sinking with some slight powers. Take that head-to-head competitive game. It's all card driven, but it's simple enough that all you do is play cards to boats and they either sink or swim and you score points. My 4-year-old won and he just played cards, right? So sometimes your strategy is not the best strategy, even though you think it's the best strategy, and it shoots you in the foot because that type of thing can happen. Now, I'm going to say more metaphorically rather than literally in my case, but that can happen in other ways, and it's even almost more enjoyable, I would make the argument, to win in a manner like that when you weren't expecting, when you got the crazy banger of a soccer goal going in the net unexpectedly.
Do you like footy? Do you like soccer? Do you like football? There's board games for that.
Rather than just the tap in. They're both getting you the same end victory point, but one of them definitely gives you a little bit more excitement, if you know what I mean. Third, I've talked about this elsewhere.
That's it. I want it's one of those games I want to get, but like no one is going to play it with me. But yeah, no, like
I am not, will never be a sleeving fan. I think that it is more an OCD tendency with irrational beliefs that somehow these games are going to lose value significantly more if you don't, or gain value if you do.
That's a possibility. There are people, you want to see something like so I got this in a math trade, right? This is Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, box set. It's like you get a bunch of heroes and then you get a bunch of goblins and you can play the Lord of the Rings game. And it's basically Warhammer with Lord of the Rings stuff. And you'll notice that it's still in its plastic, right? And that's just, I normally immediately shell the games and I fucking and I take the plastic off. I'll fuck you, I'll do it right now. Instantly went down in value. Instantly went down in value. I don't care because you got to punch the cardboard too. Absolutely. That would be the next thing. Yes, I know Sam says you can do that, but it like, I don't think there's any cardboard. But I could snap the bases off the sprue and trim them later. Look, there's the sprue, there's the bases. Haha, motherfuckers. Because board games are for playing. And it irritates the shit out of me. It's true, Ben, true. Like some people, that's what they're doing, but like, oh my God, the way that people will like speculatively buy games and hold on to them like they're going to increase in value and all that other shit. It's like you ruined my goddamn comic books with your 15 different alternate fucking covers and all that fucking shit. And you ruined my fucking magic cards with all your different fucking, embossings and fucking, different fucking things on the card finishes and all that shit on the cards, as opposed to just playing the fucking game, man. So yeah. Just play the fucking game. Now, I understand, I am not against the idea that people might want to sleeve their cards. Because if I go get the copy of Battlestar Galactica over there, like, there's wear on the cards. We played that game at least 75 times, if not more. And some of the cards are rough, right? Some of the cards are in rough shape. Unique. So I understand, and I don't judge people who do it for that reason. I just don't. I don't sleeve anything. And as far as I'm concerned, Fancy, if you're playing with anything, if you're playing fucking Magic and you're proxying your cards, that's fine. Right? The very idea that in order to play a particular kind of deck, I have to invest a shit ton of money in order to either buy the individual cards or get lucky and get the card, get to fuck. Lightly Fringe, there you go. What up, Beef? I play Magic, and while some of the foil treatments are nice, some of them make the cards impossible to read. Yeah, and it's like, from an aesthetic point of view, Beef, I'm with you, right? Like, some of the finishes were nice, but on the other hand, it turned it into a speculator's market, right? Like, where the foil version of a particular card was more valuable than the other one. Yeah. Because the point of the game is to be playing the game, right? Exactly, Ben.
The second you buy it, and
Beef, don't get me started. I don't even want to talk about it, right? I don't even want to talk about it. Because I really wanted to get the Doctor Who sets, and I looked, and they're fucking fuck you cash, and I'm like, God damn it, right? And now they're probably even more so, and whatnot. And then there was some 40K shit, and I don't want to talk about the fucking extended universe bullshit that Magic got on, where they're introducing all these different universes, and I would love some of these fucking things, but it's all fuck you money at this point.
it ends up in your house, it's already lost probably a third to a quarter of its value in terms of reselling it in that way. No amount of sleeving is going to do that. I will never pay extra for somebody else having sleeved a game if they're trying to recoup those costs. It may protect them from stains and wrinkles, but most of the time it doesn't actually do anything else significant. You are not playing your games enough to...
For me, Maddie, it was about $2,000 over time. And I still have my Tau. It's not an army. It's a few squads and a couple vehicles, and I still have my Chaos, which again is just a few squads and like a big demon prince that I modded from the fantasy version to the 40K thing and like that. But all the rest of my stuff I sold in order to help me get into streaming.
Warrant it. And you know what? You're not playing most of the time with OCD people enough that if they notice a slight bend, that you're going to have played it enough times to have that recoup in terms of gain for a strategy down the line. Especially with the hype hotness rotation cycle of never playing the same game twice in a month that we've got currently headlining and mainstreaming our hotness and our hobby as a whole, I'm not really concerned about.
I have a Resident Evil card game and a Uncharted card game over there, and I wasn't sure if those were the ones you're speaking about, but I am leashed, so I can only go so far.
About that in any shape or form. It's just an extra cost and extra consumerism on both sides of things that isn't necessary, in my opinion, whatsoever. You know what? We'll give you one final one here at the end. Player elimination. It is one of the most mal-aligned mechanics out there, where you head-to-head take that and eliminate people from the game. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Sometimes I actually prefer this over than this arbitrary...
I can't remember who got it for me, but somebody got... If you didn't know this, this is a thing. And there are these wall displays for golf balls. People will collect different golf balls. I assume from different places where you go play golf, but this is a thing. But what's nice about those, and the reason that the person got it for me, was because they're the right size to put your Warhammer 40K minis on. So I actually do have a display for my Tau army, and they all fit on in the little things.
Random time of an end game mix match, perfect weather, storm condition of
100%, Iggy. If a player gets eliminated and that's a precursor of the game ending soon, I don't have a problem with player elimination, right? But being able to eliminate a player early, and I did this to somebody because I am not this guy, and there was an opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. I and a friend of mine, we were playing the Game of Thrones game, which is that joint up there, and it's also available on Steam. And I was the Greyjoys, and he was Lannister, and we talked about what we were going to do and all that shit. And he took his turn and did a thing, and I took my turn, and I crushed him. I betrayed, because I am not that guy. I am the guy who I'm word is bond, right? If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it in the game. What up, Lenny? And like that. But it was the opportunity. It is Game of Thrones, and I did it. And that motherfucker will never play Game of Thrones again. And because of that, it just reinforces why I don't do that shit.
I'm done, right? Because that is, one, partially anticlimactic. Two, it sometimes brings an abrupt halt to a game that is otherwise flowing smoothly. And three, sometimes it just also overstays its welcome in some of those regards. And this eliminates those in multiple ways. Is it perfect? No. Do I want it all the time? No. Do I enjoy it when it's there and for what it is? Absolutely. And so the hate that it gets in our hobby is way, way over the top. And it shouldn't be malaligned or misaligned as this scarlet letter that if you like it, somehow you're sort of looked down upon in that way. And I think that needs to be, gotten rid of as a whole. There you go. Those are my thoughts on popular opinions and why I disagree with them. Let me know what you think down below. Peace out. Stay classy. Have a great freaking day. Subscribe? ? Doesn't LARP stand for loser and reject party? I'd rather cosplay with hotties than play fake army. I've tried Dungeons and Dragons once, and I died of boredom, but I'd still kick your Assassin's Creed post-mortem. Mario parties.
Jesus Christ. All right. Let's take a look at some board games. This is Twilight Imperium. We're not going to watch this whole video because it's almost a half hour long. I just want to show you some of what Twilight Imperium looks like if you haven't seen it before. And I have a whole bunch to get to. It's a big box.
Okay, let's do this. When the name Twilight Imperium is mentioned, 6 lumpen syllables as if your tongue was trying to cross a ball pit, people who haven't played it always say the same thing. Isn't that huge game that takes like 8 hours? And the answer is yes. This game is more expensive than other board games we recommend, and it does demand acres of tabletop, making an ordinary
I think it's like $1.50, something like that, if I recall correctly. And there's an expansion, which is like another $50, $60, $70. And it's in its 4th edition. I was heavily into the 3rd edition. I manufactured little slip cover boxes. Like, you know when you open up a pack of like playing cards, how it's got the little tongue that goes inside the box? I made those. You go on Board Game Geek, you get the file, you print it out. I sat in front of the TV watching Parks and Rec and cutting out these card things and then gluing the boxes together and then, putting the cards in and so much other stuff. I handcrafted so much stuff. And then 4th edition came out. A 3D printer can be super helpful depending on what you're into and if you can afford, the machine that drives the 3D printing, which is either resin or PLA, right? The plastic. But it can be tremendously valuable if you want to what's called chrome your game, which is where you make it look nicer as opposed to a token. You have a mini, something like that. And also if you want to play like any of the squad based games. I am a fan of the Codes of Dunshire. I almost tried to buy that as well. That was like $200 or some shit. Do you know that there's a real Codes of Dunshire out in the world? Or replacing pieces that are lost or broken. Yeah, like there are definitely advantages to 3D printing in that.
Reference pair looked like just one of its misshapen planetoids, and it can take 8 hours or more if you play with 5 or 6 people who enjoy each other's company. But this scale has come to define Twilight Imperium, eclipsing even the fact that it has a lion, a spacefaring lion on the box. And I don't think that's entirely fair.
Space turtles.
See, Twilight Imperium isn't just huge. Being huge doesn't get you 4 beautiful editions across 4 sporadically beautiful editions across 20 years. Being huge doesn't save a company, as we described in our Twilight Imperium documentary. This game...
Did they play with you again, Ben? Dune Imperium is such a great game. Oh, this Dead of Winter? Dead of Winter is one of the only zombie-related games that I ever want to play. It is incredibly good at what it does. And there's a competitive mode. It's really good. It's so fucking good.
It isn't just huge. It's really huge and really good. So I'm going to talk about the differences between 3rd and the new 4th edition later in this review. I'm going to start, though, by talking about why for as long as Shut Up and Sit Down has existed, we have had a lion-sized crush.
I mean, this is like, you need so much room to play this fucking game. It's really good if you have ever played a video game like Stellaris or Masters of Orion or Sins of a Solar Empire or any of that kind of stuff. This gives you that. It is on that level. So if you can imagine that complexity, but it's all run by humans and not video game. Yeah, like a true 4X board game. Absolutely. It's whether or not you reveal the tiles beforehand. But you can do the 4X with it. It's technically a 3X under standard play, but it's real easy to not flip the tiles over and discover them as you go. It just can lead to situations where some players get fucked over by geography as opposed to anything else. But yes, highly recommend fucking Twilight Imperium.
At the table. So you're looking up at your friends and you're smiling and you're...
And see, one of the things I loved about 3rd edition, basically what you're simulating with Twilight Imperium is a galactic civil war, right? And the old empire's fallen and now everyone's scrambling to try and grab up everything that they can. And there was a version in 3rd edition where you could play the downfall of the empire. And like one player would be the empire trying to hold on to everything. And every other person was like, going for themselves. And maybe they're allied with you or maybe they're allied with somebody else and all sorts of shit. And that was super cool. And there's not enough games that are like that, in my opinion. For obvious reasons. Most games trend towards balance.
Towards really forging a lovely alliance with your neighbour, or you can decide you've got a real grudge with this neighbour and throw the victory, just make sure they don't win. And on the subject of expressing yourself and freedom, we should talk briefly about the strategy cards, which are honestly a huge part of Twilight Imperium. You see, there are 8 of them.
And this is one of the coolest things about this game is you are going to pick one of these cards, and that's going to be what you do on your turn. It's also going to determine what order you play in, right? So, like, let's say I pick the trade card here. I would go 5th, assuming that all the cards were chosen, right? I would go 5th. And then I would do this primary ability on the card, and then all the other players get to do the secondary ability on the card. And it is so cool. It does its best to eliminate downtime for the immensity that this game is. It does its best. You didn't even put your fucking Death Stars together. That's not what they're called. I can't remember what they're called. But they're basically Death Stars. They're 2 circular halves, and they're fucking Death Stars. Catan, I don't like Catan. I'm just not a fan. It's not for me, dog. I don't hate on anybody. The Buffalo Bills play Catan. So that's Twilight Imperium. Let's take a look at another one. Dune. This Dune game, Tariff being a new one, sent me a copy of the Dune game. It's on the table, so I can't show it to you. I owned the original. Yeah, there it is. I own the original version of Dune back in the day. Had no one to play with. Then this yellow one at this point in the stack, this is called Rex. And in the Twilight Imperium universe, they took the Dune game and remade it as Rex, which was like the downfall of the Empire on that planet. And it put, the players in that scenario. Somebody got the licensing to do the Dune game again. They did the Dune game again, and it's different factions trying to control Arrakis. Samson, you would be the kind of person I would want to play in the group for exactly that reason, right? Like, I've got a couple of friends, they will just play anything. They have some games they like more, but they're just ready to play.
I'm dressed as Paul Atreides who's from the Dune movie. So he's a pretty cool. This is the hardest board game review I've had to do in years, and that's because Dune is a legend among table gamers. First produced in 1979 by the team behind a little game called Cosmic Encounter, Dune is a war game based on Frank Herbert's Dune novels. If you've not read the Dune novels, then I fully recommend the first half of the first book. Or you could watch the David Lynch Dune movie, which is also kind of bad. Or just watch Jodorowsky's Dune, an amazing movie about an amazing movie that was never actually made by a man who hadn't actually read the book.
I didn't read Dune, but I have a friend who said it was fantastic.
You know what? Probably just wait for the new Dune movie coming out in 2020.
So that tells you when this occurred.
What matters is that in the
Cosmic Encounter is a hell of a game. The latest version of Cosmic Encounter, it's fun. I don't know if it's great. It's good. It's fun.
70s and 80s, this board game developed a cult following. It was ferocious and ornate and ornery, and then it fell into licensing hell and wasn't reprinted for about 30 years. Until today. This is the fabulously affordable new edition of Dune from publishers Gale Force 9. Now, I think
Gale Force 9 does a good job with their games. There's very few of them I haven't liked.
that for some gaming groups, you'll try this and find that it's the greatest board game you've ever played. And some people will buy it, invite their friends over, and those friends will experience more friction than if you'd filled their pants with sand. I'm just hoping that by the end of this video, you've figured out where you lie on that spectrum. So, Dune is a game for a rather demanding 4 to 6 players.
And as always, again, this is 28 minutes long. We're not going to watch the entire thing. We're kind of dipping in and out to see what it looks like. If any of these interest you in any way and you want to watch the rest of the video, just ask. I'd be more than happy to. Otherwise, they'll end up in the Discord after we're done with stream.
The box will tell you can play it with 2 or 3 in the same way that I guess you could have a poker night with just 2 people, assuming you can breathe through the choking fumes of mediocrity. What players are going to be doing is warring for control of the planet Dune, playing something like a Machiavellian king of the hill. At the end of a round, to win, you have to control 3 of these 5 dark brown city spaces. Sound easy? Well, actually, it can be. The first of Dune's 1001 quirks is that you might put aside a whole day to play it, and then one strong player might win before you've broken for lunch.
You know what you do? You run it back, and you play it again.
I reviewed the Game of Thrones board game recently and got frustrated by
this. This is another game. I love this fucking game so goddamn much, but it is. It like there's a lot going on, and it's not really Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? This is tiny epic Game of Thrones. And this fucking thing, it's little, right? But there's so much game in this little box. This is Game of Thrones. This has all, like, what was good about Game of Thrones, this game has it in it. And it's got the dragons and Dany and all the things.
This bumper car experience where players couldn't get eliminated, but couldn't really win either. In Dune, my gosh, we are out of the bumper cars and players are just lamping one another. This is a game so competitive that since its release, it has developed a tournament scene. So, let's look at the details of this contest. A round of Dune consists of a whopping 9 phases.
Yeah, we don't have to get into all that. What's the part that most people click on here?
Answer. And after half an hour of saying to my friend I wouldn't attack them, they played that card and asked if I was really going to attack them. And I said, yes. And the table collapsed into hysterics. But despite this game's near mythical reputation...
Thank you.
There's a card in the Treachery deck called Truth Chance, and it just lets you ask any player a yes or no question that they must answer. And after half an hour of saying to my friend I wouldn't attack them, they played that card and asked if I was really going to attack them. And I said, yes. And the table collapsed into hysterics. But despite this game's near mythical reputation, it wouldn't be a shut up and sit down review without us bursting some bubbles like a bubble bursting... Matt, have you got the goof generator? What happened to the old goof generator?
Do you see this? Put your right hand in the box.
What's in the box?
Goofs.
What's in the box? In the box. Cornflakes, motherfucker. Damn. So yeah, this is Dune. There's a lot going on, but it is fun. It is fun. I haven't been able to play in the latest iteration, but it's fun. It'll be fine. Trust me. Root!
Inside this box
is a war game that in 2018 captured the hearts and minds of board gamers like no other. Would you like to take a look? Inside Root, you'll find a double-sided map of a forest, a pack of cards with truly delightful illustrations by artist Kyle Ferrin, a clutch of charming screen-printed animals, and a manual, and a learn-to-play book, and an example of play, and exhaustive references for every player, and a stack of reference cards so you can read about the animals you're going up against. I have owned cars with less documentation than this, but this paperwork is here for a rousing reason. You see, Root tells the story of different groups of animals.
It's available on Steam.
Animals battling for control of a forest, and while all players will be dispatching soldiers around different clearings, all of these animals play by their own rules, figuratively, but also literally. It's probably best if I just show you. At the start of Root, the board is filled with the unflagging felines of the Marquis de Cat, a pleasingly feeble pun on My Kitty Cat, who conquered this forest while the birds weren't paying attention. If you're playing these guys, your lot is the most like a normal strategic video game.
I swear to God, if you flicked my piece off the fucking table, I would lose my shit on you. You better respect the goddamn game. We have a rule. No drinks on the table. When I see pictures of people playing a game and there's an open pint beer on the fucking table, are you out of your fucking mind? Some jackass is gonna bump that shit with their fucking elbow and it's goodbye game and you better pony up the fucking cash. That's what side tables or the fucking floor is for. Put your drink somewhere else.
At the start of your turn, all of your sawmills spew out lumber. You can then transport that lumber to build new buildings. You can recruit new cats. You can move them. You can battle. By building a variety of buildings, you'll be very strong. But through building a lot of one kind of building, you'll get the most victory points that will ultimately win you the game. Now, these cats already have more rules than some board games Shut Up and Sit Down recommends. So if this looks like your preferred level of complexity, I can only apologize, because by the time we're done going through all of Root's factions, you might be dead. But don't worry, because I've got some granola bars. So if you just have them.
And there's a bunch of expansions. I wouldn't be against that idea, Samson's. Also, keep your fucking drinks off the table. Get a little fucking side table, set it there, and put your fucking shit, right? They are great. But yeah, there are, I don't even know. And they just kickstarted another one. I have 4 boxes of Root, right? So the game itself, and I'm the captain now. So it's the base game and 3 expansions, and I kickstarted the latest expansion, and each of the expansion comes with 2. So I want to say there's 10 different factions, right? And one of them is like you only play with a single piece. You're the mercenary, and you just fucking trundle all over the goddamn place, and it's annoying as shit. The raccoons, exactly. It's good. I feel you, Ben. I feel you. I have views. I don't deny that I have views. So yeah, this is Root. Highly recommended. Available on Steam. Put it in your wish list. Buy it when it's like 50% off. And if you enjoy board games, you won't be disappointed. And there's a lot to learn here. Like, oh my God, he's got his coffee right there. This is what happens. This is, I have anxiety right now. Do you like Lord of the Rings? This is Lord of the Rings, War of the Ring. It's 60% off right now. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend buying Root at 60% off right now. If you got the money, you should get it. It's $5.99, $6, right? It's a subscription to a streamer, and if you're not subbing to my channel, you might as well buy yourself Root.
Today, we catalogue one of the biggest beasts in modern board gaming, War of the Ring 2nd Edition, a game in which 2 to 4 players will retell the story.
Ethnos is the best game that Simon ever fucking made, because it's it didn't weigh itself down with fucking fancy ass minis. But right there behind the on air sign is Ethnos. I've got that joint. It's great. It's a fucking great game.
Of The Lord of the Rings, and it's a game so big you don't want to start it in the evening, but in the afternoon. Right now, you're looking at more than 200 plastic miniatures of some bent elves, deformed dwarves, and even some wonky Easterlings. Remember them? Mercifully glossed over in the films, they were Tolkien's troubling stab at including a dark-skinned people in the books who then join forces with the orcs. Oh dear. But this 2012 game has aged in some good ways too. Today, with Chinese manufacturing getting more and more expensive and the price of games getting higher and higher, the War of the Ring retailing at just $65 might be the cheapest way to get access to a game with an ocean of components. A game so big that each player gets their own individual player aid.
And it's one side is playing Sauron and all that shit, and one side is playing the Free Peoples and the Hobbits, right? The Fellowship. And you're like, your goal as the Fellowship side is to hold off the opposition until you can get the Fellowship to get the fucking ring to Mount Doom and chuck it in. And your job as Sauron and whatnot is to fucking run them the fuck over. And it's great. It is great. I have it and all its expansions sitting up there. I love that fucking game. Oh, I should have got I got a game called Leviathans, which I really wanted to hit better with my gaming group and just in general. Leviathans is about it's steampunk flying warships. Oh, it's so good. And the hexes are the same size as the hexes on the Battletech maps. It's fucking cool. And it's got, if you're into dice, it's got all sorts of its own dice. The miniatures are pre-painted. It's the whole fucking thing. It is so good. Guns of Icarus. Is it Guns of Icarus a board game or is it a video game? Because I feel like Guns of Icarus was a video game, maybe. But yeah, no. This was made. It is a video game. Then yeah, I feel like I played that where you got to pick up shit and it's kind of like Contra but different. Am I thinking of the right game? I am not thinking of the right game. Oh, wow. Oh, it's like an MMO. Or, not an MMO, but like a multiplayer fucking thing. Eh, it's not for me, dog. At $1.24 though. I mean, how do you argue with $1.24? It's not even $1.25, right? It's $1.24. So, anyways, yeah, War of the Ring. War of the Ring is good Tolkien fun.
Action to play.
And it's got, look, it's got its own dice with weird symbols. And this is one of the coolest things about the game. You roll the dice, and then whatever comes up determines what you have available as options to do that turn. Right? So, like, it is just that I like a hint of randomness. I don't like games that are like super random. They don't appeal to me. I want to have control over what I'm doing based on the available resources. So randomness when it comes to like what I might be able to do, that I'm fine with. And this does it really well. There was a Conan board game that used the same kind of thing. It was cool.
Hills, they're all just sitting there trying to ignore that anything's happening. Like, you guys are just a drunk on a bus.
Okay, so I think maybe we've explained the game okay at this point. It's an intricate and heavyweight crush of dice and cards and miniatures. But here's the thing.
The first time we played this game and sat down for 4 hours, we didn't actually enjoy it that much.
No. War of the Ring is just not as efficiently entertaining as most other games we recommend. It takes more than an hour to learn the manual. It takes another hour to teach the game, and maybe even another hour just to set it up. Listen, all these little people aren't the same. There are standard and elite and leader units for 8 different nations. And by the way, at the start of this review, you weren't looking at a game in progress. That's just what War of the Ring looks like when it's set up. I'm 30 years old and managed to injure my back the first time I set this game up. And then in play, everyone is going to be constantly referring to their own reference chart with more than 50 specific key rolls. And as the person who taught the game, I was constantly opening the manual, thumbing these pages, looking for specific...
I did not. It looked neat. But my group did Warhammer 40K and then got away from those kind of measurement-based games. Excuse me. And like trying to get people to buy and potentially paint stuff at this stage of the game, it's
Grueling. Lots of little questions in your first game. And also, we love it when asymmetric games result in situations where you are constantly worried about what weird unknown tricks the other player is going to pull out of their sleeve and keeping you uneasy. But in this, it's just exhausting. As the good player, you're constantly worried about defending things you can't. Your units are constantly dying. Everything is going badly all the time.
Right, and as the bad player, trying to figure out how to get into these strongholds is a nightmare. It's a puzzle that never gets easier. You're trying to figure out, well, how many units do I need there? How many elite units? How many people do I leave behind? It's like just trying to get something and you can't just give me the ring.
No.
Come on, just give it to me. I just want to have a little luck.
No, you're a bad man.
I'm not.
You are. Oh, War of the Ring is an actual war.
Yes, it's not always fun. It's always tiring. It's going to require
What a joke specialist.
effort. But after that first disappointing game of War of the Ring, a funny thing happened. Matt and I both wrote each other the next day because on the way home, we hadn't been able to stop thinking about it.
And the thing about War of the Ring is the more you play it, the better it gets. It's that kind of game, right? You may or may not enjoy your forced experience, but every time you play, you get better. You figure out other things. There's all sorts of details. It's everything like a game like Risk could be. but just isn't, because there's some basic things that you must do in Risk, and if you don't do them, or Axis and Allies, if you don't do them, then you've lost, right? And that's basically all that's going to happen, and it's just going to take a while. Where Lord of the Ring actually does the Star Wars X-Wing board game. I had that. My friend got into there's X-Wing where you're flying the fighters, and then there's the space battle, like big ship version, and he and his son got super into that, and they have a fuck ton of ships to do that shit. Yeah.
This is a hard puzzle, yeah. But it's also one where your successes are rewarding and your mistakes are heartbreakingly obvious. So we played this game again and we had a better time, and we still couldn't stop thinking about it. Contained within this war, this game is a richness that most board games can only dream of.
And it's technically a 2-player game. And often when people do... All right, Michael. Like a dog with a bone on this one. I appreciate it. There's a lot of games that when you break a side into multiple players, it doesn't translate well. This game can play 4 players as easily as it can play 2, and I think it's better with 4. So, again, recommend War of the Ring. Not available on Steam. This next one is one of my... This may be my favorite board game of all time. It's called Dominant Species.
And now, it's time for another Dice Tower review with Tom Vassell.
Let me be serious here for a moment. I usually have silly stuff going on. Well, okay. There's going to be silly stuff going on in the background. I tell you about a lot of different games over the course of the year. And
Leftist as audio.
occasionally you hear me say, this is one of the best of whatever year it is. And this year that I'm recording this video, it's 2010. But I think what I'm talking about here is not going to be just one of the best games of 2010. I think this is going to be one of the best games of the decade. And that game is Dominant Species. Dominant Species is a game about the ancient times and from your
Show game. Oh God, why are you doing this? Don't dump the thing on the table. It's got a fuck ton of pieces.
There's no way that I can give you a complete details of how this game works, but I will do my best to give you a short summary of how this game goes down. If you can see, this is the starting setup. You can play with other starting setups, but this is the one for most games, and it looks very symmetrical because it is. However, the game is going to change as you play. In fact, it won't remain symmetrical, I think, after the first minute or so. Each player starts with different species in different areas. The cube stands for whatever you are. And you also will have these cones to show if you are dominant in an area or not. Now, dominance does not mean how many cubes you have. Whether it means, are you more likely to survive an area? Are you more adaptable?
Do you like games in which you don't have enough actions to do? Like that you need more actions and you have to make good decisions based on your limited number of actions. Because that's what happens in the game. These are the resources. This is meat, this is sun, this is grass, this is water, and this is scrimp. Right? Like, kind of, but not really, Larry. So, like, these are mammals, right? Right? These are mammals. Yeah, because the lizards are in the desert. The reptiles are in the desert. Cat-ass trophy is here. Hi, Stampy. So, like, these are resources. And because there's 2 of these resources on this hex, and there's only one of the other 2, this means that these guys are going to be dominant on this particular hex. But there's shit you can do to remove resources and all of a sudden fuck over somebody's entire fucking day and add resources and replace resources. And you can advance the tundra and fucking ice sheet their entire fucking mix. And, oh, it's so good.
To the elements in that area. As you can see here, each area has a certain number of elements that are touching.
He's talking about the thing I just said.
One.
So, like, this is an example. Move your beefy mid out of the way. So these are reptiles, birds, and amphibians. These are an example of all the different, species that you can be. And then these empty circles are to add more of these resources to the thing, right? So by having 3 on this, that means each one of them counts 3 towards figuring out if you are the dominant species on the X. But diversity means that you can challenge people and no roll a 7 and no roll a 7 move a thief. There are no dice in this game. This game is entirely deterministic. No randomness. Everything is intentional based on how a player chooses to act. The only randomness is there is a bunch of cards, and it's when do the cards come out. But that's it. Such a good game.
So there you have it. It's a very, very good game. It's definitely going to be on my top 10 of the year of 2010, and is one of the best games I played in quite a while.
And that's Tom Vasel, who I'm given to understand is somebody important. There are, in board gaming, I have a bunch of games that are Dice Tower endorsed fucking games. I mentioned this game earlier. This is Shazin. This is a game of voting.
Hi, my name is Zen, and welcome to Shasan. Shasan is a political strategy game for 2 to 5 players, where every player is a politician in the middle of an election campaign. When the heat is on, what will you stand for? To set up the game, place the player board on the center of the table. Give each player a player mat and the voter tokens of their choice. Place the conspiracy and headline cards on the board. Shuffle them before you do, and also the voter cards on top of the board. Take the resources and lay them somewhere nearby. This will form your public reserve. Now we decide who plays first. The first player decided by vote.
In the version that I have, these are not little cardboard chips. They're little wooden cylinders. Aesthetically more pleasing.
Voting. Each player votes for the player of their choice, but they cannot vote for themselves. In case of a tie, we vote again. After voting is done and first player has decided, we give out starting resources. The game continues in clockwise order, with player 1 receiving 1 resource of their choice, player 2 receiving 2, and so on and so forth till every player has received the starting resources. So how do you win at Shasan? You win by having the most majority voters in the game. As you can see, the map is divided into 9 zones. Each zone has 2 numbers. The bigger number tells you how many total votes can be cast in that zone, and the smaller number is the number required to form a majority. The second you have a majority, you have scored that many points. For example, the Northwest zone has a total of 11 voters that can be cast over there. The second any single player has 6 or more votes, they form a majority. As soon as all possible majorities in every zone has been formed, the game ends, and the person with the highest majority voters wins the game. So now everyone received the starting resources, we can open up the voter cards. Voter cards come in 3 sizes: 1 voter, 2 voters, or 3 voters. And each card has the resources written on it that you require to influence that voter. pay the resources, which means discard them to the public reserve, and influence their card. Remember, all the voters from a single voter card have to go in the same zone. You cannot split them up. Also, you must place the voters right away and not in the next turn.
It's really good.
Go at it. Now we come to everyone's favorite rule, gerrymandering.
You gain gerrymandering rights in the zone by having the most voters in that zone, which means you can now influence all the neighboring zones. What does that mean? It means you can take a voter from the neighboring zone and move it to another adjacent neighboring zone. You can move voters in or out of that zone or in between two adjacent zones. You can do this once every turn for every zone you have gerrymandering rights in. If two people have the same number of votes in a zone, none of them have gerrymandering rights. The bigger a zone is, the more adjacent zones it can gerrymander, but it can also be gerrymandered by more zones. So tread lightly.
You can do this once a turn for every zone you have gerrymandering rights in. Pro tip, when you can gerrymander, gerrymander. Do whatever it takes to disallow your opponents from forming majorities, because majority voters cannot be gerrymandered.
And that's if you want to feel what it's like to do politics in that way, this game does a good job of simulating it. And there's a bunch of scenarios that you can run and shit like that. It's a good game. This fucking game, this is Kanban. And Kanban is basically time on target manufacturing, right? It is getting the resources where they need to be when they need to be there, and it's specifically related to making cars.
Okay. Hi, my name is Beth Hiley here for Board Game Geek TV at Spiel 2014. I'm sitting down with Vital Licenda. How are you?
Thank you very much. How are you? Good morning, Beth.
Good morning. Yeah, we had a Stronghold on last night, but we didn't get the chance to squeeze you in for Kanban, your new game.
Right, I was busy demoing the game last factory. And
so this is it, right? Like you're literally producing cars and moving them along, and in order to make a car, you need the parts of the car and all that stuff. And it is if you want to talk about understanding resource management, this is the kind of game that helps you understanding resource management.
And what you want to do in Kanban is to assemble cars in the line, okay? It's the most important thing you have to do in Kanban because you are making cars. So the factory is divided in 5 departments, and the most important things you want to do is to put the cars down the line and send them to a testing track behind a pace car, okay? The other thing you want to do is to innovate the parts of those cars. So the cars have parts that you can improve to make it better cars. The third thing you need to do to score is to take the cars into your garage for testing the upgrades you did. Because the factory don't want to have cars out to the public without proper testing, right?
Right.
If you get your cars and if you improve the parts of the cars, you have better cars. So you score the most, you score more, okay? So, how you play Kanban?
So the only option for closed captioning is Portuguese. And I assume most of you don't speak that.
Kanban is a worker placement where you only have one worker, okay? If you notice, all the departments in the factory have functions and all of them have 2 workstations, okay? The workstation tells you how many shifts you can work in that department. For instance, if I want to upgrade a part in this model, I need a design of the model, and the design also have the part.
Oh yeah, just some people might not be able to, and the background noise and everything else. So I've been trying to keep the closed captioning on more, no matter what, people are speaking.
There, so I can take one part representing the brakes, okay, and I place the parts under the model, so I have a better model with a better brakes, okay. I place this next to my board and I immediately score. From now on, I have a better car, but it is not. I have a better car, but it is not tested yet. I need to claim the car from the testing track. So to claim the car, the testing track from the testing track, I need another design. Okay.
This game can feel intimidating, but once you've read the rules and gone through it, it makes complete sense.
Another line to make the yellow car, for instance. Okay. The cars, when arrive here, go to the testing track again. So the players will use their pawns in the box. Can you place your pawn in the box?
Absolutely, I will place it there.
Okay. The workstation tells you how many actions you have. Okay? 3 hours shifts. So if you have 3 shifts, you can work 3 actions. If you have 2 shifts, you can work only 2 actions.
Okay.
There's
Like,
also in the
it's
game
not doing anything.
shift bank.
Oh, I can do
where
it
you can
from here.
add more shifts and then spend them to work a bit more. But the factory doesn't allow to work more than 12 hours, a full clock. Why 12 hours? Because during the game, and once you enter the
Yeah, I feel like this might be confusing without understanding. It's a complex game. It's good. It's fun. Speaking of complex things, games, have you ever wanted to play a board game that's not a board game, but actually a series of board games that allows you to play a particular species from like forming into complex multicellular organisms all the way up until space flight? Because if you did, I fucked it up. Why would you go up when I go down? You're the worst. You are literally the worst. Fucking Spore was so good. This is the world of BIOS.
Hi, my name is Beth Hiley here for Board Game Geek at Spiel 2016. I'm sitting down with Phil Eklund of Sierra Mod.
Phil Eklund? Phil Eklund and I actually used to be friends on Facebook. Phil Eklund has some interesting opinions about COVID and whether or not people should, like, you know, shut down systems of industry and countries in order to survive a pandemic. Phil and I are no longer friends on Facebook. But the game is great. And this is BIOS Genesis. This is the first one.
Great games, and you've brought us BIOS Genesis.
It's so small.
Another mighty Phil game in a little bitty box.
Yes. There's a lot of game per cubic millimeter.
That is for sure.
And it covers a lot of time, 4 billion years of history since the Earth was just a molten glob.
That's just a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And it fits in. The next game is this BIOS Megafauna, which is the next game in the series. It fits inside that box, which is cool.
I call them catalysts. And body is they produce move a cube and when
that was perfect. Bring that back.
a survival.
So like this is you're actually attempting to create multicellular life. This game is really hard to learn. It's got a tremendous learning curve. But once you get it, it all makes sense. It's weird like that. Any other over the tops? It's one of those games where like before I would recommend that you play it, you watch a bunch of videos on like how it's played. And it's like your different ecological niches on the earth and you have to occupy those ecological niches, and then out of the blue, fucking a meteor strike happens and wipes out your shit, and you have to recover. The game is brutal, but it is so good if you like stuff that's like fucking heady and meaty. And then it takes you to Megafauna.
Living things left on the map and your fossil record.
All right, so I'm not a particular creature or species or anything like that. I am sort of, I can have multiple attempts.
You can have
as-
multiple attempts with different
living
species,
creatures.
but there's 4 different skeletons in the game, so the 4 colors represent a skeleton. In the original,
So now you've introduced continents into the mix, right? You have different, like, these are gills, right? So you can add gills to your creature. Like it, as Ben pointed out, spore, that kind of thing. Different ways of reproducing, all sorts of different stuff. It's really like scientifically like biology kind of fucking shit. And then these are the continents drift. It does all the fucking things. It is, again, fantastic. Which then takes you to BIOS Origins.
Like you're so fortunate to have.
So now you have the entire Earth to play off of. And now you're developing technology. And the thing is that whatever you did in game 1 translates into game 2, Megafauna, which then translates into Origins and allows you to continue this species and have like a role-playing aspect to it.
Right.
They only have singular components.
Okay.
Yes.
Stone Age. These components do not come with the game, I'm sorry to say.
Good that you pointed out.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll behave myself.
Okay. So, cooperative and solitaire play because of
other threats and dangers.
Yeah, and that's that you play competitive, you play cooperative, you played solitaire. It's got all the fucking features to it. And again, like, you can do so much. Like, it's a board game. If you ever played Sim Earth back in the day, if you're old enough to understand what those words mean, you get to play Sim Earth.
Yes.
Tableau.
Tableau.
Yeah.
And then when you do that, you when it's your turn, each time it's your turn, this is what you go through. 1 action per card, and by that you populate the map. You increase these ones to be able to do other stuff, and eventually, and you can build cities, and eventually, these are 3 areas where you get points. So you add up the.
And it's that kind of thing. And then High Frontier.
High Frontier 4 is an epic game of space industrialization for up to 5 players, rooted in real science with a sandboxy feel. It's a race game in which your best laid plans will frequently go up in flames, and you'll be rewarded for adapting and creative thinking to make the most of your luck.
True.
The box comes with several variants, but this instructional video covers the core game with the politics module that's included in the box. Lay out the board, give each player a playmat, get the 6 crew cards and deal 1 to each player. Put the rest back in the box. Each player chooses one of the 2 sides to play with. Each crew has a unique special power. Then the player takes the following components of the matching colour. 2 rocket figures, 1 for the map and 1 to mark your thrust. 9 claim discs. 7 factory cubes, 7 colony domes. You also need a wet and dry mass chit, 2 outposts, and 6 aqua. Aqua serves as both currency and rocket fuel. Separate the patent decks into thrusters, robonauts, and refineries, and the supporting cards, radiators, reactors, and generators.
And these lines are like how you travel from one celestial body to another, right? And this is the fucking sun, and it's all this shit. Like, there is so much going on, and it is really good at giving you that, like, there's a generator, there's a reactor. You improve the quality of your spaceships to get to other planets and other celestial bodies. And I have I have 3 different space games of this type. Stellar Horizons, which everything about Stellar Horizons, other than the fact that it's fun, is a lie. I have High Frontier for All, which I haven't gotten them to play because we played fucking Stellar Horizons and it took forever. And then I have Space Corp. And Space Corp is a much simpler game, but still allows space exploration and development of your equipment. For most people, I would recommend Space Corp. It's good. But if you already picked up BIOS and did that, well, now you get to take your weird little species that you created and get them into space. And that's fantastic. Let's do 2 more real quick. These are 2 different takes on fighting games, like Tekken and Street Fighter.
Your last team standing, you're the winner of the game. So let's take a look at it and we'll come back and I'll tell you what I think. So here we have the game of Yashima set up for 2 players, except for I only have 1 player's cards on the table just because of screen real estate. But essentially, each player is going to get a miniature. In this case, this is Akiko. You get the miniature, you're going to get their character cards, which will have their starting karma, their hand size, and how fast they can move on their turn. If they choose a move action, they have a special ability. The other card has some reminder text about their special abilities, along with an adaptability. These adaptabilities will be used for different decks in a minute, and I'll show you that. On the back side, we'll come back to this, but the characters, when they die, they become restored. More on that later. And then you have the play overview on the back of your character ability card. On top of that, you also have a spell tome here. Throughout the game, you'll have this open and you can cast whatever abilities are open on those pages. So as you flip through your book, you got more and more spells, or you have less, maybe powerful ones. And then the farther back that you get to the book, the more powerful.
Gloomhaven is available on Steam, but a lot of people complain about it. So I'm not sure. I got it for free or for cheap many moons ago. I haven't had a chance to play a physical copy of Gloomhaven because my one friend who has it doesn't like to leave the house, and also doesn't like to have people over.
Where your abilities are, because it takes a little bit to get there. On top of that, each master has its own deck of 10 cards that's unique to that master. The reason is because you're going to combine these cards with one of the 4 Kami decks. The game comes with 4 characters, each with their own deck of cards, and then 4 Kamis, which are slightly specific to the characters, yet you can combine the Kami and Master together in any combination. So in this case, this one mostly goes with her. It's Phoenix. She's about dishing out fire all over the place. These decks are different sizes because the decks actually represent your hit points. As you take damage, you're going to lose them off the top of your deck, and then when your deck is gone and whatever's in your hand's gone, you're going to be eliminated. On top of that, you're also going to get a player board. There are, I think, 4 player boards in the game, and then this relic board right here with the 2 little relics. They're all double-sided, and you can start the relic board and play with whatever side you want. We just randomize it. After that, the players are going to pick boards, and they have 2 different sides, and you take turns placing them. In a 2-player game, it's pretty much going to be this little triangle of terrain. Now, I'm not going to go over every single rule, and I might skip some and forget some, whatever. But mostly I'm just going to show you an overview of how a round works. We start off with this Destiny step. In this Destiny step, you're going to put these little action tokens out on the board. There are move and attack action tokens, 1 on each side. It's going to start the game with basically 1 per player, and then each player is going to take a token and secretly choose which side they want, and all at the same time reveal and add those to the pool. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to pick that action throughout the game, but those are the available actions throughout throughout that round. So moving on, we're going to.
So this is a collective pool that both players are going to choose from, similar to the War of the Ring situation.
Go to the Reconcile set. But before we get there, it's probably good to know that you start the game with your hand size of cards. So we got 3. We're going to draw 3 cards from the top of our deck. You also start the game with your starting karma. In this case, it's 1. All cards have a karma value at the top right. In this case, it is 2. The karma is used to pay for the card. You put this beside your character card, basically. But the spell tome I was telling you about have cost requirements in karma that you need to spend to cast these spells. Now we move on to Reconcile, which you may or may not do in the first step, but it allows you to it allows you to put cards from the top, from your hand on the bottom of your deck, because again, your deck is hit points, and draw that many cards. It allows you to basically cycle cards out of your hand that you may not need currently. Now, there is a couple keywords in this game that's a little bit confusing the first.
Yeah, we don't care about the keywords. Show me the specifically wanted him to deal with a card so you could see it. So you see how it's got like these red spots, right? When you do the thing, this is where your character is, and this is where your action is going to happen within the space of the board. And this is like, you know, when you fucking, you know, circle up and hit kick, you do a fucking, you know, whatever the flip kick is, that kind of thing. So you're able to, you know, put that kind of shit into action here. He's kind of all over the place, but that's fine.
Somebody's plans and getting them away from those really powerful abilities and closing their book. So the fighting kind of happens around here sometimes until later.
Yeah, and you can like set fire to the board and do that kind of shit, right? And you see this one up here, it hits everyone within that hexagon area. This one is more like a fireball out the front. This is an explosion at the end there, that kind of stuff. So it simulates that kind of fighting game. Another one is BattleCon Devastation of Indians. This is anime to fuck.
Half circles, dragon punches, fireballs, rolls of quarters. All relics of a bygone
and this is only 3 minutes, so I'm probably just going to let it run.
Era. There aren't many video game arcades left, but fortunately, there's BattleCon. BattleCon Devastation of Indians is a lot of things, but at its core, it's a head-to-head battle game in the vein of 2D fighting games like Street Fighter or Guilty Gear. With a roster of 30 characters to choose from, BattleCon ensures that there's a combatant for everyone. They're even grouped by complexity, letting you work up from straightforward characters to highly technical ones. Once each player has selected their character, they will take a set of generic base cards, a life counter, and a packet that includes a unique set of style cards and any tokens unique to that character. Each match is divided into 15 rounds called beats, and each beat begins with each player secretly picking a red style card and a blue base card. These two cards combine to form the player's attack, with the goal of knocking out your opponent or having more health at the end of the match. Each attack is comprised of 4 elements. Range determines how far your attack can reach, power determines how much damage your attack does, priority determines who goes first in the beat, and finally, there are special effects on the bottom that may come into play. It's an impressively simple system that allows you to jump in and start playing almost right away. But don't mistake its simplicity for shallowness.
What up, Just Julie?
Sure, you can engage in the
How many
cardboard.
times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? I love the young people.
I do love the young people. So this is the coolest thing about the game. Each of these base cards, the 4 base cards, do a thing. And then you get style cards for your particular character, the one that you picked, and those together form like that one this, right? So counter strike, range of 1. That means you can only be 1 space away from the person. Power 4 plus 1 gets you to 5. It does 5 power. And then priority, normally 3, but because he chose the counter, -1 down to 2. And so this tells you when you go, how hard you hit, and how far away that you can hit. And then there's this additional stuff down below.
Special effects on the bottom, they may come into play. It's an impressively simple system that allows you to jump in and start playing almost right away. But don't mistake its simplicity for shallowness. Sure, you can engage in the cardboard equivalent of button mashing, throwing down a random attack and hoping for the best. But that's missing the point. BattleCon is all about mind games. Double and triple think, feints, bluffs, anticipation. It's all about getting into the head of your opponent. And
because you're both choosing at the same time and putting them face down and then revealing at the same time, it's like you don't get to react until your next choice. So you may go to hit them off with the whatever, and they're end up behind you and kicking you in the back with the whatever.
staying one move ahead. In BattleCon, you're always exactly aware of what your opponent is capable of. So, while the mechanical execution of performing an attack is simple, the decision is much less so. Do you jump back and out of the way of your opponent's attack? Or do you move in and stun them? Maybe they're anticipating that and dash behind you, catching you out of position. There's a lot to learn about your character. You'll learn their devastating attack combinations and preferred board positions, and with practice, you'll become a better fighter. It's incredibly rewarding to choose a character, learn their strengths and weaknesses, and feel in control the whole match. If you're worried that this might lead to some lopsided matches between novices and experts, the designer thought of that. In fact, he thought of just about everything. There are bosses to take on, team battles, and even an RPG-like dungeon mode complete with potions and equipment. The variety included in the box is nothing short of staggering. One of my favorite moments in board gaming is the reveal. It's the moment where all of your planning is displayed for all to see. It's a theatrical moment where all eyes are on you, and you can either shine gloriously or fail spectacularly. BattleCon is essentially a series of reveals, and coupled with the copious amount of fighters and modes, it goes a long way to prove that you really can't have too much of a good thing.
Level 99 Games does a lot of really good games that represent video games. They pack a lot of complexity. And I've got two different versions. I've got a small box version of Devastation of Indies and a large box version of it, and with all the expansions, there's not enough room in the big box for all of the things. This is all of the additional tokens that I need to break up into smaller individualized bags, but like there's a lot of shit. So if you like fighting games, Yashima or BattleCon are two I can heartily recommend. And it's late and I'm tired, so I'm going to leave you now. Stick around for the raid. I would bet there's a huge correlation between those who play board games and those who play turn-based games. No, probably. And like there are, like, we didn't even get into all the things that are available on whatchamacallit, on Steam right now for board games. You know, if any of the words I said, get Root, $6, get Root. Don't fucking don't subscribe to one of your favorite streamers. Just go ahead and do a thing. And like that. And you know, maybe we can play together sometime. Maybe we'll figure that shit out if we can figure that shit out. Especially if you got Root. Where you want to go? Who are we gonna see? Love a parade. Nice. Having a credit when you don't know you got a credit is great. Oh. You remember how I told you I used to do board game reviews? What up, bro? Sorry, homie, we're just about to raid out. This is the person I used to do board game reviews for. So, oh, what happened? Something shifted underneath me. And they stream. This is Mandy. And it looks like they're playing a video game with their friend. Y'all don't want video games. I'm sorry, I'm taking too long. My brain is broken at this point in time. I am fried. What are these people talking about? Raptor's on. I'm going to send you over to Raptor. Thank you for everyone who showed up, enjoyed this, stuck it out, did the whole thing. Brain is full of fuck. Exactly. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I think I'm going to stream at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll get back to some AI stuff. Just in case James does start at noon. And we'll just get through a bunch more content, because there's so much fucking happened that we didn't even get to. And like that. I appreciate every one of you. Y'all been great. I've been Globus. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot, and always remember that Shuggy loves you. And so do I. Be great.
Over anything else. Globe.